very much for your patience. It's been orchestrating all these good today. I can now tell you, subject to the business not deteriorating at this point, this match will resume at 12:15. The election change orders will be held in normal time. We have lost 20 overs in the today, meaning there are 76 overs remaining, and 76 overs remaining in this match. 12:15, restart. Thank you. The supporters of Rothesay scored by scoreboards and the gazebo, the heavy restaurants dedicated and the laundry line. We also find refreshments available for steel by staff, and that's your coffee store next to the ground front house of the dedicated area. On behalf of the Rothesay Community Club, thanks to our top partners, SIG, Alphabet, Heavy, PCLC Engineering, KPC, Electrical, Silver TV. And thanks also to the official partnership and the members of our 1878 business club for their ongoing support to the Northamptonshire.
Oh my, he was my guy. I loved it. Oh my word. Oh.
Yeah, lads, yellow cards, one at a time. Get shot of loose tragedy. Straight line to start with. Got it. Now you pop it after me round the back and get a second ball. Okay? Happy, let's go.
Dedicated to raising the game, so we represent challenges, for example, if you need assistance at any time, you can radio the concerns by text if you're working with 07399 9777 Thank you. And when we do that, we also listen to our commentary service, so provided by our members of the Northamptonshire Association of Online. You can receive a valuable consent to this when you're incredible deposit of £5. Those temporary headsets are available at the turnstile. This match will resume in 5 minutes. The admiral will pick up the scorecard for the few circles of capture of supporters club, 10 restaurants, the steel match club is open service refreshments. We'll also pick up teas, coffees, cold drinks, or next to your coffee store, which is the grass and fast day. Welcome to the 6th county ground. This match is about to resume. Umpires to serve and Chris Rothesay. Your match referee is Philip Whittaker. Your score is 3 goals and 2 over. Northamptonshire field, captained by Rothesay. And keeping Gloucestershire.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Cinch County Ground. Thank you for sticking with us and making sure that we were ready to go. I had a slight delay, a bit of a soggy morning here in Northampton. Covers were on across the square when we arrived and taken off. The ground staff been working pretty hard. And at 12:15, we are ready to get underway here in this championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. My name is Dan Jasvik, joined by Aaron Viles for the day. And we've got an interesting game of cricket ahead of us.
We have indeed. First and foremost, good morning, Dan. Good morning to everybody tuning in. Yeah, it is. It's going to be a shortened day's play, unfortunately, as a result of the inclement weather, which throughout the weekend wasn't forecast. And then we woke up this morning and all of a sudden it's wet, it's damp, it's overcast, completely different conditions to what we first expected. But as you said, the game is fascinatingly poised. For Gloucestershire, sounds simple, try and bat out the remainder of the morning session and see if you can salvage something. And as for Northamptonshire, well, again, pretty easy equation. Get these 3 wickets and go after the run chase.
Absolutely. Gloucestershire will restart on day 4 here. 264 for 7. James Bracey, 75 not out. Hill will face first with Daz Ahmed, 28 not out at the non-strikers end. Current lead for Gloucestershire is 67 runs, and Liam Guthrie will open the bowling from the David Capel ends. He starts back of a length. So it'll be 6 deliveries, or 5 now, for Liam Guthrie, who's had a good fixture here between the two sides. And then Northamptonshire will have the benefit of a second new ball available. Wonder whether that morning rain and the fact that it's been under the covers and got a bit of cloud, will that bring the seamers and that second new ball into the game a little bit more maybe than what we saw, or what we've seen so far, or what we've seen since the early morning of day 1 when Christian Clark was on absolute fire as Bracey turns it down to Rafi Weatherall and adds another 1.
Yeah, that is the big question, isn't it? Will the conditions actually play into Northamptonshire's favour? Because they certainly did on the first day. There's no denying that. The fact is, the home side were 41 for 3, and Christian Clark, as you said, Dan, was the catalyst, wasn't he? Especially that delivery to Ricardo Vasconcelos to kickstart the match in terrific fashion. So, yeah, of course, the new ball, 4 deliveries away. So it's going to be a pivotal passage of play.
Yeah, it is. It'll be that 45 minutes, won't it, up until lunch here on day 4. Can't go tinkering with sessions or minimum number of overs or maximum overs or minimum overs here on the final day. It is set, the timings are set. But great news that we've got out there. Give both of these counties an opportunity on day 4 to achieve something pretty special. Say if Gloucestershire can get away from this game in the position they found themselves in a couple of points during the game, would be a wonderful result to take forward. Nice shot by Daz Ahmed. Won't cost anything for Northamptonshire though. A few other games going on in the championship as well. On day 4, we'll keep you up to date with those fixtures and results and updates as the day goes on. One other game currently live and active in Division 2, isn't there, over at New Road, where Middlesex are visiting Worcestershire. Those 2 counties down towards the lower half of the middle Division 2. Worcestershire need 258 runs. Middlesex need 8 wickets. For either of those 2 counties to be successful, and you say both or all 3 results possible there at New Road, which is good. Oh, and close. It's fortunate for Gloucestershire, and Daz Ahmed squeezes the bat on it, gets an inside edge, misses the timber, and it's a single to end the over. So the lead now is worth 69. And that second new ball will be taken immediately, as we expected it to be, and Harry Conway will get pleasure of the first use of it from the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
Yeah, you could see he was really keen, wasn't he? Strode over straight away. He wants that new ball. He wants to be the man who can potentially spark these next 3 wickets for Northamptonshire. And he's had a good game, hasn't he, Harry Conway? Especially in that first innings. Like, the fact is he bowled very, very well. You can say that in this innings so far as well. You know, he got the first wicket of Joe Phillips, but you want more than just a solitary one for his efforts.
Yeah, hasn't quite got the figures for Harry Conway this week that would kind of support and back up the effort that he's put in for Northamptonshire. Got a chance to get a couple more with a new one as it just swings away. And Ahmed with a new challenge now. Just has a little fended it, doesn't he, as the ball goes past.
Yeah, just looking at the overhead, you can see it may start to get a little bit brighter on your screens just because the sun is beginning to peer through a little bit, but still quite a bit of cloud cover over to our right here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. Feels like for both sides, they'll know that, well, these next 40 minutes or so could go a very long way to dictating final result here at the Cinch County ground.
Just a bit of extra. Just push that ball up a little bit fuller from Conway. Invites the drive. Fortunately for Gloucestershire, through to the gloves of Vasconcelos. Good start this for Daz Ahmed up against Conway and the new ball. How's this second new ball behaved so far in this opening 5 deliveries?
Yeah, to be honest, it's not deviating too much. I've been watching very closely on the monitor just to see if there's any pronounced movement. So far, it's just holding the shape, holding the line. Obviously, there's a little bit more compared to what you'd expect with the older ball, which we saw on day 3, but it's certainly not swinging around corners at this stage. I think the real interesting thing is, will it be Guthrie or Proctor from the David Capel end? We'll find out after this ball.
On the leg side, I think that's going to be leg byes. Looking at the umpire, no byes. In fact, misses everything and everybody. So 4 handy runs to end that opening over. The lead for Gloucestershire extends to 73. Now 270 for 7. It's got to be Liam Guthrie. Got to be strike bowler. Had that loosener with the old ball, the over to start the day. And he has taken the jumper off and will continue from the David Capel end. Has had a good day, a good weekend for Northamptonshire, and just be desperate for him just to cap this off and wrap this innings up as quick as they possibly can. I mean, don't want to start looking too far ahead. The first goal for Gloucestershire here is to get through till lunch. 37 minutes until that interval. But what kind of number do they get to? What kind of number can they get to? And time's going to be a factor as well. So maybe a time of day is a better conversation, but where do they need to get to before it starts becoming awkward or unachievable for Northamptonshire?
Well, I think we can look at it in two ways. I think if you've got two big partnerships, we spoke about the length of the tail that Gloucestershire do possess. Right, so of course we're seeing Daz Ahmed out here. He's going very well on 29. You've got Matt Taylor, you've got Will Williams. Both of those can certainly bat for time. So if we're looking at runs and you can get people partnering James Bracey, I mean, they could get another 100 runs, get to 170, 180. Of course, a lot would have to go right for that to be the case.
And that's a good delivery from Guthrie. Yeah, you're right. A lot would have to go right, but like we've said a couple of times here, I think the pitch has probably got better as the game has gone on. There was a little bit of uneven bounce, wasn't there, on day one, but that seems to have completely gone out of the contest at the minute.
As for time, you're probably looking at batting another 40 overs, which again is no mean feat against the Northamptonshire bowling attack, who have been very good over the course of the weekend, just to increase that scoring rate required.
Aerial through the offside, over the offside. And that's not going to help that new ball at all, is it? It's skipped off the boundary rope by James Bracey, and it's crashed into that wooden fence on the other side of the pathway here at the Cinch County Ground. 53-run partnership between the pair in the middle as well.
Terrific partnership between both of them. Of course, Bracey, he's just been cool, calm, composed throughout the entirety of this innings. 80 from 124. And yesterday we spoke about it, but he's batted at a lovely tempo. So he hasn't been getting bogged down, even though it's been defensive batting at times. He's found a release, whether that's a 2, which he's just tucked away behind square, or indeed these more booming and expansive drives through the covers. He's found a way not to stagnate in his innings so far.
He has, and he's going to get another boundary as well. Slightly more controlled, that one. Beats the tumbling fielder at cover. Back-to-back boundaries for James Bracey, and the lead now is extended into the 80s. It's 81.
And for these, every single run that Gloucestershire get here just frustrates Northamptonshire that little bit more. It's still not a commanding lead, is it? That goes into the 80s now, stands at 81 runs to be exact. But the ideal scenario for the home side would be dislodging these two quickly.
Yeah, and Bracey's just going to keep the score ticking along as he takes that single, 2 in fact. Misfield by Harry Conway, just a bit of a fumble picking it up. So 2 more added.
You see even there, alert to it, aware. I mean, James Bracey's critting IQ really is fantastic. Let's not forget, he scored 70 plus in the first innings as well, and kept brilliantly. He has had a top game.
He has, and that's going to be another boundary. Liam Guthrie, a very, very expensive over with that new ball. Bracey now has moved to 90. Gloucestershire 284 for 7, and the lead of 87.
Well, that is the issue with the new ball at times, because it is harder, because it is a little bit more pronounced. It does allow it to race away a lot quicker. And you've seen there, James Bracey, I mean, he has taken the attack very comfortably there to Liam Guthrie. There hasn't been anything aerial. He's not had to fetch the shots. He's just been in a good scoring zone. He's lent into it. He's maintained his balance, his head position as well. As a result, well, that is an incredibly bountiful over for the visitors.
Conway, can he get any more use out of this ball than what Liam Guthrie could? Yeah, as you say, it's finding that balance, isn't it? A genuine strike bowler, but you also know that you can run the risk of leaking a few runs, and as you say, that lead isn't of anything yet to start getting concerned about, but you have a few overs that you can see 12 plus. It's going to race along quite quickly. Luke Proctor bowls very, very dry, but then the trade-off is he isn't that strike bowler, is he? Northamptonshire need wickets. Need wickets, and they would love, dearly love, to wrap this innings, this battling innings. Rearguard action from Bracey in particular, up by lunchtime, and then give them plenty of time to chase down whatever it is that Gloucestershire set as a run chase in the 4th innings. But a lot of work to do before they can start thinking about that.
Well, exactly. The fact is, these 3 wickets have got to fall before that even becomes a consideration. And so far, you're looking at, well, both of them, to be honest. It has been chanceless. I mean, Bracey in particular has been so determined, so resolute. It's just been a very watchable innings, though, I must say. Really has batted very, very well.
He's going to keep that scoreboard ticking along. Oh, it's early days, isn't it? We've had 15 minutes this morning. And they'll be getting into their work. I think from what we've seen so far, Northamptonshire will be pretty disappointed with the way that they've used this second new ball hit.
Most definitely. Yeah, you could tell straight away they were very keen, weren't they, to take this second new ball. As we said, it hasn't deviated too much as of yet. But even there, like that's not the length for the new ball to start deviating. It's a simple cut shot down towards deep backward point for Daz Ahmed. Just need to pitch it up a little bit more. See if there will be any extra assistance, any lateral movement. From what we've seen so far, doesn't appear to be too much.
No, not a great deal. And as you say, that length into the thigh pad. Not going to ask too many questions. Gloucestershire had another one. And that lead quite quickly this morning has raced along up towards 3 figures. They're on 93. On a 93-run lead. Started the day with a 67-run lead. So this game has moved along quite quickly this morning. Daz Ahmed in particular, I thought yesterday was really good. Those final moments of day 3. Big appeal for LBW. I don't think they're going to get anything for it. And it's going to be 4 leg byes for Gloucestershire. Lead now up to 97.
Yeah, so even that over, including the extras, has gone for 10. So that lead has suddenly shot up, hasn't it, by 30 runs. Gloucestershire 294 for 7 in the second innings, and the lead stretches to 97. Seeing as it is 12:30, we've had, what, 15 minutes or so of the morning session, even though it is the afternoon here in Northampton. Do let us know where you are catching the coverage from. Got some good numbers on the YouTube live stream, so if you're supporting Northamptonshire or Gloucestershire, maybe tuning in as a neutral, getting your Monday afternoon fix of the Rothesay County Championship. Do let us know. It has been a pleasure to have all these interactions over the course of the weekend. And yes, this is the 4th and final day of action between these two sides, and what a game we have been treated to so far.
A bit of protection out on the offside boundary for Liam Guthrie in his second over with this new ball. We saw that a lot through the course of the game, didn't we? Well, both of Gloucestershire's innings, Northamptonshire weren't necessarily spread with the field, but wanted that protection on the boundary rope. Two slips and a gully in place for Guthrie, bowling to Daz Ahmed, who's on 33. Finds the gap in the offside, and another one is added. So at this stage, Northamptonshire would require exactly 100. Pushing the game along, Gloucestershire.
They are, and they're not doing it in an erratic way either. They're just playing the ball on its merits. They're not forcing the shots. If it's there to be played, it's there to be played. But I think the way to describe this batting so far from the pair of them is mature and disciplined. Very, very impressive.
Played again by James Bracey. Maybe keeping a fraction low. Just drops the bat on it, runs it down through the offside. Lead now 100.
Well, that's the first little milestone, isn't it, here for Gloucestershire? And fair play to both Daz Ahmed and James Bracey.
Yeah, and all of the Gloucestershire batters that came before in this innings of 297, they've all done their bit, haven't they? They've all contributed. Oh, it has kept a fraction low. And Ahmed turns it into the leg side. We spoke yesterday, and like Cameron Bancroft's innings, for obvious reasons, with the score that he got. And then just the other bits that you might not necessarily notice or give credit to on first viewing, but Joe Phillips batting for over an hour. Yeah, finally got 7. Only faced 37 balls, but 6 overs of the new ball that he would have contended with and dealt with, made softer, taken the shine off of it. Tommy Borman batted for 40 minutes, but in a good partnership with Cameron Bancroft. James Bracey, obviously out there at the minute on 93. He's been out there for 218 minutes so far. Jack Taylor batted for nearly an hour. Christian Clark batted for nearly an hour. Like, none of them have got scores that are really going to start writing headlines about, which is why 298 for 7. But you think of the time and the effort that they've put in, it's a huge effort so far.
It really is. It is, and that's important because Gloucestershire have shown a lot of heart, a lot of courage, a lot of character in this game. They have faced some very good bowling as well.
Yeah, they have. And if we spoke earlier, it probably hasn't been the best bowling that they faced this morning in these 22 minutes. They've just not got it right, have they, Conway and Guthrie? Whether there's a bit of fatigue or whether they thought they were going to get a little bit more assistance than what they have. Harry Conway in particular would be a dangerous cricketer to take out of the attack, just because of the skill that he's got and the wickets that he has taken for Northamptonshire in his career so far. On a bit of extra bounce that surprises Ahmed and plays it well. Liam Guthrie, as we've seen in this game, he's had magical spells. And then in the same spell has gone on a run of conceding a couple of boundaries in a row and just letting the pressure off the new batter. Rafi Weatherall, would he hold the key? James Sales, he's got a bit of a golden arm on him at the moment. Partnership worth 77 between the pair of them. I did wonder whether the moisture and the rain this morning and the fact that the pitch had been under the covers for a couple of hours, whether it would have added any kind of zip or a bit of life to the surface, but don't think it doesn't look any quicker than what it did yesterday.
No, it doesn't. Completely agree. But aside from a few deliveries on day one, the bounce has been true and consistent, hasn't it? There haven't been those demons in the surface that we saw, especially late on the first day.
Yeah, and I think, and that this is meant with all respect in the world, but you can see kind of how comfortable Ricardo Vasconcelos is taking the ball into the gloves at the minute. Days 2 and 3, when Harry Conway was bowling, there were moments that Ricardo Vasconcelos almost acted surprised that the ball got to him as quick as what it did. What it has for both Guthrie and Conway this morning has all looked very, very comfortable for Northamptonshire's stand-in wicketkeeper. Part of it will be his confidence is getting better and higher as he's continued to go through this game. The other one as well, I think. Bowlers maybe not just getting the same pace out of the surface as what they were able to yesterday and Saturday. 298 for 7. Change in the field. Rafi Weatherall gets sent out to deep square leg. It is, of course, the double bluff, as it so often is. End of the over. 85 overs have been bowled in this innings, and Gloucestershire are 298 for 7.
Indeed they are. And well, Dan, let's do our first shout-outs then of day 4, because we have had some of the comments filter through. So shout out to Matthew, a Gloucestershire fan, tuning in from Bristol, as well as Mark, who is supporting Northants. Had those two on the stream throughout all 4 days, and we appreciate the company as always. Shout out as well to Andrew, Gloucestershire fan, who's really enjoyed the coverage over the whole weekend. Well, thank you for your company as well, Andrew. We hope that you've enjoyed the game and, well, enjoy the rest of the day's play as well. So we see a change of bowling from the David Capel end. It will be Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain, to replace Liam Guthrie. Also a big mention to Jost, a Gloucestershire supporter from Slovenia. Let us know how the weather is in Slovenia, Jost. Bracey just leans in that one, pushes it square on the offside for 1. As well as Steve and Julie enjoying it on the tablet whilst working from home in the now sunny Gloucester. We were speaking about Gloucester, weren't we, yesterday? The Spa ground and the history associated with first-class crickets at that venue. Home of an astonishing game, shall we say, in 1907, the first time these two counties actually met in the county championship. Of course, to Noah as well, who's tuning in from Melbourne in Australia. Great to have your company. So that one full and driven delightfully by Daz Ahmed. Knew from the moments it connected with the willow that was going for 4, and that'll bring up the Gloucestershire 300 in this, the second innings.
Excellent achievement, isn't it, for Gloucestershire? 300 on the board. Lead of 106. I suspect a lot of Northamptonshire cricketers and supporters were hoping that this game would have moved along a little bit quicker than this morning than what it has done. Lead of over 100, and they keep going, Gloucestershire.
They do indeed. One chopped away by Daz Ahmed to backward point for 1. Can Northamptonshire just produce a little bit of magic here? With Luke Proctor, consistency was the name of the game, wasn't it? Of course, he's gone wicketless in this one so far, as tallied up 5 maidens in his opening 13. Bracey, staunch in his defence, as per usual. Mention as well to GC, who's still tuning in from France. Let us know how the weather is in France. Certainly be interested, of course, here in Northamptonshire. Not quite Northamptonshire today, is it?
Not quite, no.
Not quite.
I mean, it's not cold out there, but kind of missing a crucial element of the sunshine at the moment. But I think it's trying its best to make an appearance. I suspect some bowlers would probably be quite hopeful that this blanket of cloud stays. But it's not giving the assistance that what many probably would have thought. And it is actually starting to rain a little bit. You can see the droplets hitting the commentary box window, end of the over. First one for Luke Proctor goes for 6.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be heavy rain, does it? Maybe just spitting at the moment, but you can definitely see the specks from outside our vantage point here in the comms box. Just had another couple of comments come through as well, Dan. Viewers tuning in from North London and Byfield as well. Byfield, of course, here in the county of Northamptonshire. And a pleasure to be bringing you the coverage today as Harry Conway bowls here to Daz Ahmed. And it should come as zero surprise that this is a career best score for Daz Ahmed, given the fact that his first and only appearance prior to this game against Middlesex at Lords in 2025, he got 0 not out. So he got a red inker on his debut.
Yeah, but it's more to it than that, isn't it? You were speaking in the broadcast over those previous 3 days about his batting prowess for the second 11 and the fact that he can usually find himself a little bit further up the batting order than what he has done. He was carded at number 11, wasn't he, in this fixture, which was obviously wrong as he's batted number 9, but certainly shapes up as a cricketer that would be comfortable up at number 5 and 6, around that number.
We can see how he shapes up. He's not been pushing, prodding, probing. He's maintaining his shape. It's something that we spoke about with Phil Rowe, didn't we, on Tuesday, admittedly in a different format in the T20s, but not contorting and forcing certain shots. Just keeping the bat nice and straight. If it's there to be hit, he's very strong on the cut shot. He likes playing off the back foot. And that would be the one thing, maybe just get him driving a little bit more. Get him playing off the front foot. See right there. He can just lean back into it. Give himself that extra bit of time. We have got an update on the French weather. 33 degrees. Goodness me. On. Jamie tuning in from Mallorca, where it's 30 degrees. Yeah, it's certainly not 30 degrees at the Cinch County ground today. It's pleasant. It's not cold. So here comes Conway again. Well defended by Daz Ahmed. Musa, of course, tuning in from the Gold Coast in Australia. Yeah, I've had quite a few Australian viewers. We had South Africa yesterday as well. Shout out as well to Hitesh, who's tuning in from India. As we said, folks, we do hope you're enjoying the game and enjoying your Monday as well, more importantly. And it really is lovely to have the county championship back. Of course, next week, both of these teams play away. That one fenced away by Ahmed. So Northamptonshire make the long journey up to the northeast to Chesterler Street to take on league leaders Durham. But Gloucestershire, a little bit closer to home. They go to the neighbouring county of Worcestershire to take on the Pairs at New Road. This will give the visitors plenty of confidence. Let's not forget that it is a new-look Gloucestershire side compared to what we're used to seeing as well. That will be a maiden over bowled by Harry Conway. Gloucestershire remain 304 for 7. The lead at 107 in the game as a whole. But no Ben Charlesworth for this game. Ollie Price rolled out with a wrist injury. Of course, for Gabe Bell, who was the overseas prior to the T20 blast. He has since returned home to Australia. No Craig Miles. No Henry Brooks, who was here on loan, but unfortunately got injured before returning to Middlesex. Shared that incredible partnership with Will Williams. But no, they've certainly battled. That is all you can ask for. James Bracey. Well, he's probably been the focal point in the second innings. Cameron Bancroft was also very, very good for his 64. James Bracey, he has been the thorn in the side of the Tudor Rose as Proctor bowls to the Bristolian.
Yeah, and it's not just the third innings either, is it? Cast your mind back to Gloucestershire's first innings. That partnership of 160 with Graham Van Buren to really stifle the attack of Northamptonshire at that stage of the game. He's been out there in the middle and he's done exactly the same again. 94 for James Bracey. 138 deliveries. A slip and a gully for Proctor. And I think it's interesting when you can look out the window and just start to see kind of conversations and bits of body language. There was a long conversation at the end of the over between Harry Conway, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Justin Broad and Calvin Harrison, trying to share some insight or some thoughts or a plan or just anything that potentially Conway might not be seeing himself at the moment.
It has been a difficult 35 minutes or so, hasn't it, for Northamptonshire here? I think heading into the day's play, they were looking at the perfect scenario. Probably would have been hoping to almost be wrapping up the innings at this stage. Haven't quite found that consistency that we saw yesterday, which of course led to the follow-on being enforced in the first place. Just seeing down below, Rafi Weatherall going through a few stretches, getting nice and limber. Proctor bowls here to Bracey.
Yeah, he's been getting warm, hasn't he, for a little while, or trying to loosen himself up. Just wonder if that conversation with the four of them that I mentioned a moment ago, I'd probably expect Harry Conway to have at least one more. I like the switch out from Guthrie to Proctor, though. I feel like just didn't really work for the left arm Aussie, did it, in that particular spell. It's not to say that he might not have a job to do yet.
That'll be the end of the over. So 67 remain in the day's play. Gloucestershire still have that lead of 107. So we got another couple of geographical mentions. You know me, Dan. I do love my shout-outs. Shout-out to Mason, who's tuning in from Wellingborough, as well to Lee, who's tuning in from a hop and a skip down the road in Wootton, hoping for a Northamptonshire victory with the hashtag #ShoeArmy, which Darren Lehman has certainly got behind, hasn't he, over the course of the past year. Shout-out as well to Billy, who's tuning in from Thailand, as Harry Conway bowls here to Daz Ahmed. Defends that one nicely indeed. We're speaking, weren't we, about Kislingbury temperance?
We were.
Because of this man who's bowling, Harry Conway. Of course, he is playing for them this season. Strong team, isn't it, in the club circuit?
Yeah, Rob Keogh, I believe, is down there as well as Gus Miller. I'm sure there's a few other excellent cricketers taking the field for that cricket club this summer. But those three are the ones that have been playing county cricket.
Oh, there's a huge appeal there for Conway, and it's out. Daz Ahmed has been trapped LBW for 40, and Northamptonshire have struck here in the morning session on day 4. Ahmed has batted brilliantly for his 40. He's been stout, he's been stoic, he's been resolute, but his stay at the crease has come to an end. He departs for 40 from 87 deliveries. Gloucestershire now 304 for 8.
Just that little bit of tail back into the pads from Harry Conway. That conversation, maybe that conversation between himself, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Calvin Harrison and Justin Broad, providing a bit of insight, a bit of an answer. They've made that breakthrough. Daz Ahmed deserves a good and a healthy round of applause as he makes his way off. He's battled incredibly hard there with James Bracey. He's got Gloucestershire a lead, but Northamptonshire have got one on the card this morning. They battled very hard for it.
They have, and Daz Ahmed, I mean, he'll look back on this game with a bit of fondness. Of course, got his first-class wicket for Gloucestershire, dismissing Saif Zaib in the Northamptonshire first innings. Of course, they're a career-best 40. Someone who shapes up well at the crease. And he's played some lovely shots, he really has, especially the late cuts down to backward point, the straight drives. Gloucestershire have got a cricketer there. And a great story as well, with his persistence. Imagine that those down at Golden Hill will be absolutely over the moon with his efforts in this particular encounter. As Matt Taylor enters the middle, spoke about his journey, very much a product of Oxfordshire. Here he is, though, against Harry Conway with his tail up. I think it has just started to rain a little bit, hasn't it? We can hear it through the ambient mic.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to get past this.
Conway bowls here to Taylor. Defends that on the offside for no run.
It also strangely doesn't actually look like it's raining in the middle, does it?
No.
You can hear it and can see it just to our side of the ground in the Lynn Wilson Centre end. But actually in the middle, it looks completely okay.
Well, if it is going to rain during a first-class match, you'd hope it is during lunch, wouldn't you? I suppose that's the only positive to it. It's Conway again. Charges in here to Taylor. And for confirmation, of course, we do have those set times when it comes to lunch and tea today. So we suspect that maybe an over after this. Should be at least one over. Still a few minutes to go before 1 p.m. local time.
Yeah, I would have thought so. What have we got? 2.5 minutes to go. So Conway's got one delivery left here. And then back over to Luke Proctor. So, yes. And I think Gloucestershire will make sure that it's only one over before lunch.
Testing short ball that from the Australian. Well, a successful over that for Northamptonshire. A wicket maiden from Harry Conway. He has 2 for 41 from his 20 overs in Gloucestershire's second innings. The visitors are 304 for 8.
Yep, the breakthrough. It was a good partnership, though, between Bracey and Daz Ahmed, and a good innings for Daz Ahmed, too. Partnership far more important in this fixture. Gets a round of applause as he makes his way down to the Jackson Grundy stand-up final leg. Bracey on 94. He keeps going. The lead of 107 Northamptonshire have managed to slow that rate down this morning with Luke Proctor into the attack.
They have, and that's what he provided in the first innings as well. It was just metronomic, wasn't it, from Luke Proctor? That's been the key thing. And he is a very different prospect to face. I know that we say this all the time, especially yourself, Dan. He's got a very strong shoulder. It's a lower release point compared to your Conways, compared to even someone like James Sales. Bracey slightly squared up by that, but squeezes it through the covers for one. But the key is accuracy. I mean, Luke Proctor's been around for quite some time now. Of course, as the captain, as the leader, he's got to be the focal point. He's got to be the one to almost make it easier for the strike weapons, the likes of Conway and Guthrie. Here he is with a 6-3 offside field against Matt Taylor. Good afternoon as well to Mike, who's tuning in from Germany. Or should I say Guten Abend?
You can.
And also the Limester, who's tuning in from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. Proctor again here to Taylor. Pushes forward on that one. Plays it out to point for one. So 2 deliveries remaining in this over from the Northants captain. How he would love to get the huge wicket of James Bracey. It has been gladiatorial from the Gloucestershire man. 95 from 145 balls so far. Can't quite evade the fielder there at point.
Hasn't looked like getting out, has he, in the innings? And to be fair, he hadn't looked like getting out up to the point that James Sales got him caught at first slip or third slip by Justin Broad in that first innings either. He's looked brilliant here at the county ground, or the Cinch county ground, for the course of the fixture. Looks like he's got so much time.
Here is Proctor to Bracey. Tests his reflexes with the short ball. And that will be the end of the morning session here at the Cinch County Ground on day 4. A successful one, it has to be said, for Gloucestershire. Of course, it was truncated. We lost 75 minutes due to a bit of rain early doors here in the East Midlands. But the visitors, they have survived to lunch. Just one further wicket down. That of Daz Ahmed, trapped LBW by Harry Conway for 40. And well, Dan, we've got a very intriguing afternoon in store.
We do indeed. Players will go off and have lunch. You and I will do the same. And Gloucestershire will continue to battle in that afternoon session. 306 for 8. A lot of hard work to be done for both counties as we take lunch. Good afternoon and welcome back to Steelbacks TV here at the Cinch County Grounds. There's an umpires back from lunch a little bit early, which is wonderful to see. They are underway. Caught the ground staff a little bit by surprise, just taking the covers off that were stationed next to the wicket, just in case we had a shower. Fortunately, we didn't. The afternoon session on the final day between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire about to get underway. Gloucestershire currently lead by 109 with 2 wickets remaining in their second innings. It's going to be Matt Taylor on strike, James Bracey at the non-strikers end, and Conway steaming in from the Lynn Wilson centre end. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles to take you through this afternoon session. And there still feels like an awful lot of cricket to be played here.
Oh, most definitely. There is. There's plenty of cricket still to be played here on day 4, which is full credit to Gloucestershire. And as for Northamptonshire, well, they've just got to keep on plugging away, haven't they? Of course, the first milestone really was keeping that lead to below 100. That hasn't transpired. So that's just a case of making that target as manageable as possible.
Yeah, 3 slips in place for Conway. Don't forget that this second new ball is just 10 overs old, so plenty of life in it still. I think it would be fair to say that Northamptonshire didn't bowl particularly well with it first up this morning. They'll get a second bite at it. Any more comments and viewers in over the lunch break?
There certainly have been. We'll give some shout-outs at the end of this over. So if you haven't already, let us know where you're catching the action from. Please do drop us a comment. Already given plenty of mentions to locations far and wide.
2 out on the boundary on the leg side. Bracey just gets wrapped on the gloves. Unmoved, unfaltered, not blinking. James Bracey's on 95. He has been spectacular in this innings. 95 off 147. You can see by the strike rate, can't you, of 65. It's not exactly been a real kind of dig-in rear guard action. James Bracey has just batted very, very nicely here at the Cinch County Grounds. Conway, 2 slips and a gully to start the afternoon session. Tucked away. Moves to 96, adds another run to the lead. Lead of 111. I mean, what number? We spoke about it a little bit, didn't we, before lunch, but I don't think necessarily there's a number that Northamptonshire won't want to have a go at, but a run chase of north of 150 in the 4th innings, you'd still want to back the host here, wouldn't you, in that fixture and that run chase? But it starts to look like a bit of an awkward number, particularly if beauty from Conway to end the over, but particularly if the likes of Christian Clark can bowl as well as what he did in the morning of day 1. 150 feels like it's something to bowl at, isn't it?
It is. It's what you describe as a potential banana peel, I think, for Northamptonshire. So, yeah, that is almost the next little marker, isn't it? And same for Gloucestershire. The fact is, once you get to those almost major milestones with the lead, it does help, doesn't it? And goes back to something that's a good friend of ours in the broadcasting space, Dan Whiting, spoke about, or I should say mentioned to us over the lunch interval. At what point could Gloucestershire actually, providing that there are a partnership or 2 of real significance, actually think, well, you know what? We might be in for more than a draw here.
A great question. obviously something that is on the mind of Dan Whiting, and I'm sure other Gloucestershire affiliated viewers to the live stream here, enjoying this fourth day. I mean, 150, as I say, with the amount of time left, there's still 64 overs remaining in the day, so there's still a lot of cricket to be played. We'd lose 2 of them, wouldn't we, for the change of the innings, so let's call it 62. Pretty unlikely to get all of it because it's a pretty seam bowling friendly day, so we'd lose a few for the over rate as well. 150 starts to feel a bit awkward. The bigger question really would be, as Bracey pulls that away, desperate to come back for a second, can't do so. Liam Guthrie doing well off the boundary rope to keep it to 1 as he moves to 97. Would be the tough thing that Gloucestershire have got here is they can't really afford or justify to start scoring much quicker, because they're in a position where that would obviously increase the risk when it comes to the batting side of things. But if they're going to try and get to a number, they're going to then need to make sure they have enough overs to be able to bowl at Northamptonshire in order to potentially set up the aforementioned banana peel or banana skin type result. Because if they get up to, say, 200, could be possible. But at the rate at which they're going at, you could chalk off, what, another 15 overs, another 20 maybe, lose those other ones for the over rate, lose another couple for the change of innings, and all of a sudden you're trying to bowl a team out in, say, 25 overs, which then not impossible again, but you don't necessarily get the full quota of overs that you would like to be able to set something up in order to do that. But I'd still say, and I think most would, as Matt Taylor drops that into the offside, if you had to pick a favourite result at this particular scenario of the game, it would still be a Northamptonshire win.
Yep, and I tend to agree. I think mostly just down to the sheer numbers of overs still remaining. The fact is, we're at the beginning of the afternoon session here, and Northamptonshire, they'll be gunning for this. Let's face it. The fact that they enforce the follow-on, I think, actually goes to show the kind of style and approach that this side are going for this season. They are being aggressive. They're being proactive. We said it before, but you don't get promoted through simply chasing draws in the second division.
Beauty, and it's beaten everything and everybody. It's going to be buys. That is nipped back, beaten the off stump, and Ricardo Vasconcelos has kind of just watched that race down to the boundary in disbelief that it hasn't bowled Matt Taylor.
Yeah, the initial reaction suggests that that was mightily close indeed. Good delivery, wasn't it, by Luke Proctor in the first place? It's one of those potentially whiskers away.
That's really swung late from Luke Proctor. Very, very close to bowling Matt Taylor, but he carries on. And it's another 4 runs that Northamptonshire are going to go and have to find with the bat.
It is indeed. Oh, goodness me, I'll tell you what, from behind the stumps, looked even closer, didn't it? Well, the ends of what could have been an eventful over. But Matt Taylor does survive. Gloucestershire 315 for 8. We did promise a couple of shout-outs then, so let's just run through them prior to the start of this latest Harry Conway over. So yeah, we'll give a mention to Tim, who's supporting Northamptonshire, tuning in from his home in sunny Malaga. What a lovely location. Tune into a bit of county championship cricket from. Shout out as well to Peter, a Gloucestershire Life member, watching on from Bristol. Hope that you're both enjoying the action and the coverage so far as Conway has the ball in hand. We also have got a nice club cricket mention as well. We'll get that in at some point in this over. More than happy to shine a further spotlights on the local sides here in Northamptonshire. So that comment comes from Sean. We are indeed doing well, Sean. We hope that you are too. So Rushden and Higham Town Cricket Club have a game versus the MCC on the 27th of August to celebrate 150 years of the club's history. First of all, that is a big milestone, isn't it? 150 years, so 1876. It's quite the heritage, isn't it?
History, some honours boards, I would imagine, and some old photographs in their clubhouse and pavilion, which would be full of brilliant stories as Conway beats Bracey for what feels like the first time in the innings. Yeah, that'll be a day out. That'll be a great day out. You're developing into a bit of a club cricket connoisseur, aren't you? You enjoy
yes.
a cricket club.
Are
you free on that day?
In fact, that's a very good question. I'll have to check. 27th of August.
Two slips and a gully for Conway.
Sadly, neither of us will be. Yeah, I did have to double check that. So that'll be the home game against Northamptonshire, won't it? When the county championship returns. But yeah, for those in the Rushden area, what an amazing event that'll be. 150 years. I mean, there's a club somewhat close to me in the Neaton who are celebrating their bicentenary in 2026. So 200 years of continuous club cricket. It really is an amazing accomplishment.
Bracey turns Conway into the leg side, moves to 98. Another one added to the lead. Up to 119 now for Gloucestershire as the score is 316 for 8. Taylor on 4. So it's Will Williams will be the final Gloucestershire cricketer sat in the dressing room, padded up and ready to go. Just a reminder that he did get that 98 against Derbyshire earlier this summer. So not going to be an easy task for Northamptonshire at all to think that they can get down to the number 11 and start thinking about batting. A lot of work to be done for the hosts. Big inside edge, balloons up into the air and falls safely. End of the over, 1 run from it. 119 the lead. Conway, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 44. As Luke Proctor takes the cap off to continue his spell from the David Capel end. No Rafi Weatherall so far on day 4. No James Sales so far on day 4. Of all the tokens to use, James Sales at the minute has got to be an incredibly tempting one for Luke Proctor.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'd say both of them. I think Rafi Weatherall in this game has bowled tremendously well. But James Sales against the tail ender, a slightly slingier action that he's possessed, I think could be quite a nice matchup.
Another one for Bracey, moves to 99. ticking along is James Bracey, Gloucestershire's wicketkeeper batter. 99 off 158 as he stands at the non-striker's end. Big drive from Taylor.
And straight away, James Bracey just comes over to have a word with his number 10. And rightfully so, he's on 99. Don't need to be gifting any easy opportunities, not at this stage. The lead's still only 120.
Oh, an appeal for LBW from behind the stumps. Luke Proctor not interested at all. Bracey back on strike on 99. Can he find that single? Be an important moment for so many reasons, won't it? For a personal milestone. Get another one in the books. Take another delivery out of the game. Add another one to the, or more, to the runs required for Northamptonshire in the 4th innings. Proctor to Bracey. And he does get it. Drops it into the offside. Takes the single to Harry Conway and brings up the 100. 100 of 159 deliveries for the brilliant James Bracey. His 2nd of 2026. And this one has been magnificent. A warrior-style innings from James Bracey.
It really has been. We described it as gladiatorial, didn't we? He has battled valiantly throughout this game. And, of course, he batted beautifully in the 1st innings. Didn't quite get the opportunity to convert that half-century into a ton itself. But in this innings, he has been near faultless. An innings of class, composure, steel, resilience. Really has been James Bracey at his utmost best.
And that's another one straight away. Over to Matt Taylor. Score now 320. Lead of 123. Keeps ticking along, keeps growing. 3 slips. Make that 2 slips. So they're just going to strengthen the offside. Bartlett going to point. They're going to move against James Sales down on the boundary rope to a wide 3rd man.
Well, I sincerely hope that some of his teammates at Winterbourne have been tuning into this innings from James Bracey, of course known as the Winterbourne Wizard down in the West Country, affectionate nickname for the 29-year-old. We said it yesterday, it's so special, isn't it, when someone born in Bristol, born in the county itself, goes and delivers the goods.
It is indeed one of your own, isn't it? That affiliation and affection that you're going to have for those cricketers. And I mean, more so than that, but the time and the effort and the hours that James Bracey has put into Gloucestershire cricket over his career. It's not a case of he's flown in for a month. It would still be incredibly valuable, but it just means a little bit more, doesn't it? And this has been a really, really strong effort. Shorter ball.
Well, it's similar to when Northamptonshire fans see James Sales. when it is one of your own, someone who has got that intrinsic link to the county, of course, the pathway to the academy. It's an amazing thing, really. Full credit to James Bracey. Not only a wonderful cricketer, but a great, great human being as well.
Leading by example, the experienced James Bracey. It's not to say that his teammates have given anything away during this innings at all, is it? They've all toiled away valiantly for the time that they have spent in the middle. Bracey is the man with the number next to his name. It's a bumper to end the over, which Taylor has no interest in playing whatsoever. Lead of 123, another over ticks by. Score 320 for 8.
And it will be Proctor from the David Capel ends. This now, of course, for Bracey, though, is, again, a very important passage of play because the adrenaline will start to wear off slightly. He's brought up the 3 figures and has done so splendidly well. But now it's a case of refreshing and refocusing, getting the concentration back. It's a very spread field, though, here for the left-hander. 2 slips in the cordon, everybody else out on the rope.
Short ball pulled away, keeps it down, and a tumbling Luke Guthrie stops it for a single. So they'll get potentially 5 at Matt Taylor. Although James Bracey certainly not interested in protecting the Gloucestershire number 10. Happy to hand the work over to him.
If my eyes don't deceive me, James Sales is going through the motions, isn't he?
Absolutely the right decision, isn't it? I don't think Harry Conway's been at his best during this fixture. And it's not to say that he's wasted this new ball, but it just hasn't moved as much as what we've seen from Harry Conway in his Northamptonshire career. He's not really got this second one to really nip or swing. Get a bit of extra pace in the game from James Sales. We saw it yesterday where he really, really put an effort in for Northamptonshire. We've seen it for the Steelbacks where he's put on a yard of pace for those T20 games. I suspect he'll be asked to do the same. Because it does look relatively straightforward out there, doesn't it? No huge pace in the surface.
No, it's been quite comfortable, hasn't it? Especially for Bracey. Taylor so far as well, with the exception of a couple of flashy drives, has survived pretty well. And just looking down below here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. I think the Northamptonshire coaching staff just going for a wander around the outside of the boundary rope. You can see the head coach, Darren Lehman, Glenn Chappell and the physio, Lee Daggett as well.
Getting the steps in.
And the superstitions.
Of course. Got to get you 10,000 a day in if you can, haven't you?
Steps, that is. Not superstitions.
10,000. That sounds like an exhausting day, doesn't it? Big shot from Taylor. Survives another one. 4 off 28 for Gloucestershire's number 10. End of the over. 321 for 8. Yeah, 10,000 superstitions sounds exhausting.
Yeah, I don't think I'd recommend that, to be honest. Well, it won't be Sales for the time being. However, he is starting to just loosen up a little bit. We've seen in the past few overs just beginning to get the shoulders loose. Just doing the little bits of warm-up that you'd expect to see from someone who wants a bowl sooner rather than later. It will be a continuation for Harry Conway. So the lead now stands at 124.
Yeah, Conway to Bracey, slipping a gully. Slightly more defensive now for Northamptonshire. Does get the edge, plays it nicely. Tumbling stop by Calvin Harrison. They'll be looking, won't they, to just have a bowl at Matt Taylor at the stage. Just in as well, news from England. They've announced their team for the second test against New Zealand. Fresh off the press as Bracey picks up another single. Been keeping an eye on it over the course of the week as to how they may or may not line up. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, most definitely.
Well, alphabetically or batting order-wise, do you think? What would you prefer?
Let's go batting order-wise.
Okay.
Go on.
So Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay.
Yep.
Jacob Bethel.
Yep.
Joe Root. Harry Brook. Jamie Smith is in the 11 with the gloves as well. It's Conway. Steams in and does create a bit of indecision. Then number 7, Jordan Cox at number 7, following that incredible double 100 for Essex against Leicestershire this weekend. So we go into the bowlers. Jofra Archer, Matt Fisher, Josh Tongue, and Sonny Baker to round out the England 11 to take on New Zealand in the second test. All pace, no spin. Let us know your thoughts, Mr. Viles. Let us know your thoughts at home. Fascinated to hear your opinions on that 11 that England have named for the test match, which starts on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's this week, isn't it? Goodness me, that has rolled around very, very quickly. Yeah, very happy for Jordan Cox, I must say. It's unfortunate for James Root. I still think James Root will get his opportunity sooner rather than later, but Jordan Cox, he has had a fantastic week. And not only that, you've got to think back to that tour of New Zealand where if it hadn't have been for an injury, he would have played. So it is good to see him get that opportunity, and fingers crossed he does stay fully fit ahead of this second game of the series. It's interesting going all seamers. Obviously, England do have spin options with Joe Root and Jacob Bethel, so it's not as though they're going into it with pure pace. I love the addition of Sonny Baker. He is a jet.
Tear away quick. As Conway bowls to Taylor. Appeal from behind. It's just going to be a leg by. Not quite good enough at the minute to get the dismissal of Matt Taylor. End of another over. 323 for 8. Yeah, they've gone kind of how I thought they would go. The only thing I wasn't sure about and wasn't convinced is whether it would have been Cox or Roux, but I just don't think you could ignore a double 100. I really don't. And it was a destructive double 100 as well. It wasn't just any double 100. It was pretty brutal at times. And I'm not shocked by the seam either. I'm not shocked by the 4 seamers.
Well, I can see the logic behind playing Matt Fisher as well, because it's his home ground, isn't it now? Of course, formerly of Yorkshire, now down at Surrey. Well, I'll be fascinated to know who makes the New Zealand side then. Of course, we've had that huge news of Kane Williamson's international retirement as well. Luke Proctor prepares to bowl here.
And Gloucestershire just had another one. No huge risks taken for Gloucestershire. I guess what would be interesting, and from a Gloucestershire perspective, be hoping it doesn't happen for a while, but Will Williams in the middle, does James Bracey start farming the strike? Does he start getting a little bit more aggressive and expansive to get a few runs that potentially then give Gloucestershire an opportunity to bowl? Or is it just business as usual? It's going to be an interesting passage of play if, of course, we get to that stage. Wide one from Proctor, which Bracey cannot connect with. Yeah, you're going to have to wait a bit longer for the New Zealand 11, aren't you? It's much more traditional. 10:30 in the morning of the day of the Test match. How do you feel generally about that from England? Announcing the 11 that far out in advance of the Test. I mean, they don't have to stick to it. It's not you don't have to stick to anything, do you, until 10:30 in the morning, the day of the Test. So heaven forbid it wouldn't be the case, but if there were to be an injury, it's okay. General thoughts about it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, isn't it, with the playing 11. I can understand a squad being announced a little bit early, but there you go. It's almost been England's new tradition, hasn't it, in recent years. So, yeah, I can't say I have a massive opinion on it either way. Of course, a lot of teams do keep the cards a lot closer to their chest.
I've never really been able to work out whether it's provided any form of advantage to an opposition or not. That's the only thing that I've got a bit stuck on as to why you would or wouldn't provide that information any earlier than what you have to. But I've never been able to convince myself either way that it would be advantageous as an opposition to know. I mean, I guess you could come up with an argument to say it would be, but I'm not really sure how much it matters. Proctor to Taylor. Again, a large drive outside off stump.
I think nowadays as well, there's so much data on every single cricketer who plays domestic level upwards. Yes, there are certain little statistical matchups which, as a team, you could probably exploit or make use of in certain situations. But like for New Zealand, the fact that Jordan Cox is in there, the fact that Matt Fisher are in there, Sonny Baker, they're not unknowns, are they?
Not unknowns. And also, they've been named out of an 11 or what we've had in the first Test of a 12 that's just been reduced down from a squad of 14 anyway. So it's not exactly like England have picked their 11 from a pool of every county championship cricketer. And the New Zealand analyst in this instance has had to go and prepare packs for all of them playing in the county championship. If that was the case, then you could argue and say, actually, this is a bit daft because you're going to give people 48 hours to go and prepare those notes. Those notes and packages and analytical work and plans and everything like that will have all been done when the initial squad was announced anyway.
Oh, 100%. Here's Conway then, from the Lynn Wilson centre end, bowling up first to James Bracey. Bracey plays that smartly down to mid-on for 1 run. Just looking on the live stream as well, over 1,000 of you tuning in, of course. If you haven't already given the stream a like, and feel free to subscribe to the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club YouTube channel as well. We would certainly appreciate it. And myself and Dan have thoroughly enjoyed the company over these past 4 days as well. It's been brilliant. We've spoken about all sorts over the duration of this fixture. Conway this time bowls to Taylor. Oh, that one slightly off the edge. It whistles down towards deep third. I think it may have just crept to the rope, or has it been salvaged? Just waiting to see the signal there from the fielder. There you go. won't be a boundary. Great bit of fielding down there.
Well, it's on that long old chase and a big dive. I think it's James Sales. And
It is James Sales,
He might have winded himself as well with the effort that he's put in.
That's a brilliant effort. Saved 2 runs for his side there. Taylor that time gets the full face of the bat in front of it. But no, it always blows my mind as well, the fact that for us as county cricket fans, we can watch and enjoy these games from practically anywhere now, which is great. I mean, when I go to various places in this country, admittedly, I'm not hopping around Europe or the world, but it's just lovely to watch or listen into the coverage, and it's always a lovely companion. Oh, was that one inside edge back onto the pad?
Yeah, and we're one of 5, aren't we? Championship fixtures that are ongoing here on the 4th day of this round of Rothesay County Championship cricket. Been a couple of updates since lunch. Leicestershire, they were bowled out in their 3rd innings for 428. So Essex is 6 for no loss. They required 209 off 57 overs if they're to be victorious at Grace Road. And the other one as well, another wicket has fallen at Trent Bridge. So Somerset just require 1 more against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire are 152 for 9. Looking at a very unlikely 321 runs off 56 overs. At Trent Bridge, Middlesex and Worcestershire still battling away. Worcestershire are 4 down now. They require 204 from 60 overs. And Warwickshire hanging in there, 157 for 4. No further wickets fallen in Scarborough.
No further wickets here at the Cinch County ground as well. Successfully negotiated by Matt Taylor. Gloucestershire 328 for 8. 56 overs remain in the day's play. Also just seen another couple of comments coming in, filtering through on the live stream. I'll give a mention to Carol, who's tuning in from Tenerife. What a gorgeous part of the world that is. In the Canary Islands, imagine the weather is lovely there at the minute as well too. Jonah as well, tuning in from the games in Thailand, as we will get a change of bowling from the David Capel ends. It'll be Rafi Weatherall. Currently has 1 for 39 from his 12 overs, no maidens. But throughout this game, there's been one word that the pair of us have utilised for Weatherall, and it's the word sharp. He has bowled at a good click.
Yeah, it's been great to see him back out there. And he's bowled nicely. A good pace about him, which has been good to see. A little bit surprised it's not James Sales, but got the big wicket of Cameron Bancroft, didn't he, in the 1st innings? Did Rafi Weatherall. And I felt as well, did actually get a little bit more out of the surface than the other Northamptonshire seamers.
Bracey there just rehearsing the shot. Just looking at the field as well here against the left-hander. Appears to be a 5-4, slight favour for the offside. He clips that off the hips down to deep fine leg for 1. Liam Guthrie, the man operating in that position. And of course here for Taylor, slight alteration, the fielder's a lot closer for the right-hander. Just quietly survived for 40 deliveries as Matt Taylor. Something you spoke about at length, Dan, a bit earlier on. He plays that one straight back down the ground for no run. Even though some of the contributions from the Gloucestershire players haven't been 50-plus scores, they've batted for time. They have batted for a lot of deliveries, and they're taking over after over after over out of this encounter. You think that even with that delay this morning, 20 overs were taken off. Still batted for nearly 21 so far. Nice to see as well in the comments a number from Australia. So shout out to those in Melbourne, on the Gold Coast as well. Peter tuning in from Queensland. Of course, the domestic cricket season down under has taken a little bit of a break, hasn't it, over the Australian winter. That one played adeptly off the back foot by Matt Taylor. Will be 2 runs here, at least, through the covers. As Proctor does the mopping up. And it returns around September time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's that kind of year or time of year, isn't it, when the overseas in the county championship begin to be recalled early, which is a shame for the counties. Kind of look in the Northamptonshire squad, and Nathan McSweeney stands out as one of those cricketers in that you think, if history is anything to go by, Cricket Australia would look to draw him back early. That said, Darren Lehman could put a good word in, couldn't he? So it's fine. Well, it's all right. We're doing okay. Let him stay in Northampton for another couple of weeks. Because it does clash a little bit, doesn't it? The back end of the championship and that the pre-season of the Sheffield Shield. Well, sorry, the Australian domestic season, because they run simultaneously, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I think at the moment it's mostly AFL, isn't it? Which, of course, is massive in Victoria. Well, there'll be a change of bowling as well here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So it won't be James Sales. Maybe it's just a case of him getting loose and, well, doing a few stretches, but he's not bowled as of yet. It'll be Liam Guthrie, the Western Australian left armour. This morning was a bit inconsistent by standards so far in this game. He's got 7 wickets in total, 4 in the first innings, 3 for 79 from his 20 overs in this, the second. Here he is, first up against James Bracey. Who just drops the bat onto that one and jogs down to the non-striker's end. There could be another run here. That's a little bit sloppy by Northamptonshire standards. The ground fielding from both counties in this game has been very good.
It was the first sign of frustration, maybe, for Northamptonshire there by James Sales. Whether that's because he wants ball in hand himself, or whether it's because Gloucestershire have kept them out there until 2:30 in the afternoon here on day 4. Obviously, losing those 75 minutes in the morning session wouldn't have cheered Northamptonshire up anyway. But I wonder whether a few of them might have had aspirations to have been batting by now, or best case scenario, feet up and enjoying a refreshing beverage of whatever tipple of choice they might like. But they've got a lot of hard work to do. The lead now nearly up to, it's up to 136. I think what's going to be important here for Guthrie's spell is not only obviously to try and pick up these wickets, is to make sure that that lead then, like it did this morning, doesn't race up by 30. It went from 67 to basically 100 in no time, didn't it, in that opening, 20, 30 minutes this morning.
It goes back again to the psychological aspect of the game. For Taylor and Bracey here, their next marker, see that lead up to 150. See where you can take it. Still plenty of cricket remaining, though. And we saw that yesterday, didn't we? The fact is, in quick succession, Graham Van Buren and Jack Taylor fell in a matter of overs in slightly strange circumstances against Safe Sabe. Especially Van Buren's one. That came from a full toss. Taylor as well, trying to hit him out of the ground and spoon straight up to mid-on. It's Guthrie. The bumper a little bit too short for the standing umpire, and square legs liking that'll be given as a wide.
Yeah, tennis ball, didn't it? Really over the head of Taylor. Good idea, that bit of extra pace, just trying to rough up the Gloucestershire number 10. Certainly no slouch with bat in hand, though, is he, Taylor? And, of course, Will Williams at number 11.
Well, Will Williams, who this season set a new career best with 98.
I wonder, just as a thought, and I know we're maybe not at that stage now, the ball is, what, 20 overs old. Left-handed Bracey, 10 and 11. Bit of leg spin.
Well, you know me, Dan, I'm never going to complain about seeing a bit of leg spin.
Oh, absolutely not.
Or finger spin, for that matter.
Yeah, yeah. Just wonder whether as a matchup, I mean, Calvin Harrison's not bowled brilliantly in the fixture.
Oh, that one thunders into the pads, but the angle would have been taking it down.
All of the wickets have pretty much fallen to seam, with the exception of those two safe ones.
Yep.
One of which didn't include the pitch at all. So I don't know whether we could use spin bowling as part of that. But I just wonder, do you try and play on the ego of Taylor with the leg spinner, and then with the ball turning back in and to the left-hander, bit of rough outside the off stump at both ends. You can kind of see those now, can't you, for Bracey?
Decisions, more decisions. All of those thoughts, all of those variables will be racing through the mind of Luke Proctor right now. For the time being, though, it is weather or bowling. Hitter Taylor has a little bit of a fish at that one. Again, loses the shape. Which takes a couple of steps. Rehearses the shot, although I don't think James Bracey at the non-strikers will want to see too many of those. So it will be take two. Solid defence there from the Gloucestershire number 10. Still two slip fielders in the cordon. James Sales, the man at points. George Bartlett's in a short cover. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, long leg and deep third. And that is the field here for the right-hander. Just drags the length back a little bit there. Does Weatherall. And it would be interesting to see Matt Taylor take on the pull. If he goes for the hook, Northamptonshire do have protection down towards the Jackson Grundy on our left in the form of Harry Conway. But he's the only man on the boundary rope.
the innings here of Taylor will have frustrated Northamptonshire as much as anybody and anything has in this Gloucestershire 11 so far. Kind of played the shots that have made you feel as though you're in the game for a long part of the innings. He's faced 50 deliveries now, taken a lot of time out of the game, a lot of time out of the innings. Played a few uncontrolled drives and some cuts off the back foot where he's missed the ball. Northamptonshire will be desperate to think let's just find an edge on any of those. He's still there, still going. Partnership 32 off 80 between Bracey and Taylor. Getting down towards 50 overs remaining in the day as well. As a minimum, of course.
Yep.
Which, as we've spoken about, will be less than that overall because of the nature of the seam bowling that we will get between now and stumps, or now and the end of the game. Battling innings.
It is. Sorry, just to jump on the point, Dan. I think when it comes to these bowling combinations, I would quite like to see a bit of Calvin Harrison and maybe alongside James Sales. Maybe you go with those two.
Yeah, opposite ends of the scale in terms of pace, isn't it, at that stage? I think Northamptonshire have bowled and set fields well to Bracey. You can see that he's not exactly accelerated after lunch. That strike rate's come down. That's crunched through the offside. Strike rates aren't something that you want to fixate about, but it was, what, around 70? And now it's down to just above 60. So they have been able to just to slow it down a touch, and they've been able to bowl more at Matt Taylor, which is what they would have wanted to have done. So they've got the first part of the plan right. They just haven't been able to get the final bit of it sorted at the moment.
Solid drive that by Matt Taylor. I mean, realistically, for Guthrie and indeed for the rest of the seam bowlers, probably your go-to dismissal for the number 10 is getting them on the drive. Taylor has been fishing outside the off stump. I know there's a temptation, isn't there, to bowl it straight, target the pads, but his defence has been solid so far. Almost just got to put it in that tempting area. The corridor of uncertainty. Hope to induce the outside edge. 2 slips still in the cordon. Tests him out with the short ball.
Yeah, we've seen Liam Guthrie try that length a couple of times. Just wonder whether there would be an opportunity in swinging Yorker from the left armour. Not seen one bowled to Taylor yet.
Well, we saw the one to Miles Hammond, didn't we? And that was a ferocious delivery. That was in the first innings, of course.
The other thing as well, and it may be because there's a bit of a hangover in my brain from the Steelbacks and the T20, change of pace. Matt Taylor's faced 55 deliveries. Been out there for, it's been out there for now about an hour, just over an hour. Has he got himself into the rhythm against the seamers? Is he moving at that kind of autonomous rate that it's coming through this? Take the pace off, but an off cutter, maybe get through the shot early, chip the ball up to short cover or mid on, just as a thought, just to try something a little bit different.
Well, so far he's not been tempted, has he, by the short ball. Which, from a Gloucestershire perspective, you'd be very happy about. because you don't want any chance, any danger of a top edge, especially with this field, because there is protection out there.
Would you describe Matt Taylor as a happy hooker with the short ball, or more of an intimidatory tactic from Liam Guthrie?
I'd say it's more so the intimidation factor. I don't think it's a deliberate ploy like it was to Christian Clark. And even Daz Ahmed, both of those two to enjoy the pull and the hook. So we see the end of the over. Gloucestershire now 337 for 8. 52 overs remain in the day's play. It's almost just a way to keep him on his toes. Get him ducking, diving, evading, maybe disrupt the rhythm a little bit. But so far, he's picked up the length really quickly. And that's good to see. I think that's probably why James Bracey, for the time being, isn't really looking flustered. He's not going, well, I almost need to farm the strike. Taylor's doing his job excellently so far. So we see the return of Weatherall. That'll be a single off the bat of Bracey. For Northampton, though, they have just got to keep plugging away. It's been hard graft. Much more difficult than I think they would have pictured coming into the Cinch County ground this morning. But this is the county championship. It's a battle. It's Taylor. Plays that in front of square on the onside for 1.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you just said. Getting towards the halfway stage of this afternoon session as well. And those two, if you were to picture a bit of a graph, those two lines of runs required and overs remaining are just starting to creep closer together, aren't they? 141 run lead, so Northamptonshire, if it were to end right now, would require what is now 143. You'd lose 2 for the changeover in innings, which would drop it down to 49 overs. Achievable, of course, in the modern game with the players that are available in the Steelbacks 11. But they're just starting to kind of converge to a point where it's, or where it could end up as a tricky number, or you run out of overs, not happy with the required run rate that might then be required.
Edge and taken. Weatherall gets the breakthrough. Matt Taylor edges one behind, caught by Vasconcelos. And Northamptonshire now require 1 further wicket to wrap up the innings and get a potential run chase underway. Weatherall, he's been quick, he's been sharp, he's been effective throughout this game so far. Rather fitting that it is the youngster who gets the wickets for the home side. Gloucestershire 339 for 9, and it will be Will Williams, the 11th and final batter to walk out for the visitors.
Huge moment in the game. Great delivery from Rafi Weatherall. It swung in from the hand and just seemed away a fraction from Taylor, who's played at it, had a little poke at it. Ricardo Vasconcelos tidying it up, gloving the Gloucestershire number 10 tidily. Standing wicketkeeper, of course. Those kind of moments, heart rate would have been going a little bit higher. Been working so hard, toiling away for it. And Rafi Weatherall gets Gloucestershire's number 10, Matt Taylor, for 11. Having faced 59 deliveries, so he's taken 10 overs out of the game. 66 minutes he's been in the middle with James Bracey. A big partnership. It's worth 36 of 92 deliveries. And it'll be over now to James Bracey and Will Williams. Will Williams did make his way out to the middle, didn't face a delivery. So we haven't seen him bat yet at the Cinch County Ground. We will see him face up straight away against Rafi Weatherall to end and round out this over.
We could just see the boost that has given to Northamptonshire. You'll probably hear it through the ambient mic, but a little bit more vociferous, offering a bit more encouragement to the bowlers. 1 wicket away from getting an opportunity to go on and push for victory. It will be Will Williams on strike. And I think we might have a short leg coming in. Indeed we will. Yeah, we certainly will. So 3 slips in the cordon, those being Broad, Harrison and Bartlett. I think that is James Sales under the lid, that short leg. Williams survives his first one. So the lead stands at 143. Still plenty of overs remaining in the day's play. Having checked the weather forecast, there doesn't appear to be any further rain on the radar, so fingers crossed that will remain the same as Nathan McSweeney gets put into gully. Weatherall really fired up here, isn't he? Galloping in at a good pace as Williams gets off the mark, and that's not the worst outcome for Northamptonshire. 4 runs come from the over. Of course, we saw the wicket there of Matt Taylor. Gloucestershire 341 for 9.
Yeah, full trust in Will Williams from James Bracey, because it was Bracey who called the number 11 through for the single there to get off the mark. You would have thought at this stage of the game, Bracey would try and face as many of the deliveries as possible. Equally, maybe James Bracey is just happy and content in the middle and just batting. And I think that's exactly what he's done. We've got a result in, haven't we?
We have indeed, yep, from Trent Bridge. Somerset have beaten defending champions Nottinghamshire by 306 runs. Craig Overton with yet another 5 for 29 for the seam bowler. So things are done and dusted in that game. Big win that for Somerset.
Huge win at the champions. A few other games have had some slight changes as well. Liam Guthrie starts another one. 3 wickets in the innings. Continues with this short ball ploy, which Will Williams has very much read the script of. Quickly in Division 1, Warwickshire have lost another wicket. They're 185 for 5. So Yorkshire require 5 wickets to win in Scarborough. At Leicester, Essex have lost 1 wicket. They're 46 for 1 off 8 overs. They require a further 169 from 51 overs remaining in the day. And the game in Division 2, as well as the one we've got here, Worcestershire have had a little collapse. There are currently 160 for 7, so Middlesex require 3 wickets to win. At New Road, a big appeal for LBW, but there's a lot of bat involved that time around. Squeeze between bat and pad between Will Williams, so looks like Middlesex getting themselves closer to getting the job done at New Road. Safa Gohart, 4 wickets for the Middlesex spinner.
Well, of course, they are Gloucestershire's next opponent, aren't they? In the next round, they play host to the West Country outfit at New Road.
Short ball again. They do indeed. Middlesex take a significant step up the table, wouldn't they, to get that result over the line?
Well, they've got a big game themselves, haven't they? They take on Kent in the next round of fixtures. And of course, we've spoke about this one on many occasions throughout these last 4 days, but next week, that is a mouth-watering clash, isn't it, at the Riverside? Durham versus Northamptonshire.
Yorker, nose and toes tactic from Guthrie. Yeah, that game is going to be a huge one, isn't it, in the context of both counties' aspirations in 2026. You'd say if Durham can get the result next weekend against Northamptonshire, it's going to be incredibly difficult for anybody to start thinking about hauling them back. They'll have getting on towards a 50-point lead, 40-point lead at the top of the table. If Northamptonshire can get a positive result at Durham, it won't necessarily put Durham under huge pressure for any kind of title, but it would certainly, I think, send a message to the other counties that there is a outlier for second place at that stage of the county championship. But got a job to do here first.
They have. And let's not forget that Ben Sanderson will be back for that game. We saw him, didn't we, at lunch, warming up with the Duke's ball in hand. Will also be interesting as well throughout the course of the season to see when Justin Broad returns with the ball in hand. We all know his efficiency in the format. Sadly, I don't think he's cleared to bowl just yet. He's in the side as a batter.
Yep. End of the over, dot ball. Lead now 144. Another over ticks by.
One more result of the over the county championship was a few minutes ago at Drake Bridge, where Somerset isn't Nottinghamshire by 306 runs.
341 for 9, Gloucestershire. Bracey, wow. There's a sign of intent from Gloucestershire's wicket-keeper. Big vacancy over in the offside. Bit of a half volley from Wetherall that he wasn't able to connect with. Really threw the kitchen sink at that one, though.
He did. I'd like to see a replay of that. I reckon he may have actually just taken the eyes off the ball for a split second. I'm pretty sure he did, actually.
Goes again. Gets a bit of better elevation, a bit of lift out of the surface that time for Rafi Wetherall. Obvious plan and ploy here for Northamptonshire. They want to bowl at Will Williams. The 2 catches in the cordon and everybody else is on the boundary rope. James Bracey looks like he's in the mood to try and find a boundary. Elects not to take the single. Interesting change of gears for James Bracey at this stage. Still a lot of cricket remaining, or potentially a lot of cricket remaining in the day's play. I mean, what have we got in reality? It says a minimum of 49. We're not going to get that. That's going to be well short and wide. So the final hour is an hour or a minimum of 16 overs, isn't it? So we can have 60. We know we've definitely got 16 in a final part of it. We're going to lose 2 out of it for any kind of innings change. So that takes us down to 47. And we've got 50 minutes until tea. Where unless a spinner comes on, as Bracey does take the single that time, we're going to be looking at 12 overs. Which takes us up to 28. And then an hour 14? Potentially, if of course there's no spin. If Gloucestershire get bowling, that we're not going to see spin, are we? It's going to be seam for Gloucestershire at that point. So whilst we've got a minimum of 49.2, reality, we're probably looking at around, what would you say, 40?
Yeah, to 42.
Yeah, somewhere around that kind of number. Obviously, that is with the caveat that we are going to see seam for a period to come. And Calvin Harrison's shown no signs of warming up in this innings at all. End of the over, dot ball to finish. Will Williams survives. 343 for 9. A lead of 146 for Gloucestershire.
Appears as though it will be a continuation of Liam Guthrie as well, won't it, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Also, just looking on the YouTube live stream, over 1,300 of you tuning in. Of course, if you haven't already given the stream a like, please do feel free to do so. For those who haven't already, let us know where you are catching the action from. If you've just joined this afternoon, let us know where you are catching the Rothesay County Championship. Did get a message from a good friend of mine, Nick Dillon. Shout out to Nick, who's tuning in from the offices down in Canterbury. Hope that you're having a lovely, lovely Monday, mate.
Another single declined by Bracey. Yeah, it's a fascinating one, isn't it? It is. And kind of completely guessing, really, at this stage of it. But say Northamptonshire needed 150 with 35. They'd need to go just over 4 and over at that stage. Not impossible by any stretch, but it would require a quickish start to proceedings.
It's one of those where, as a chasing team, you'd want a solid start as well. You wouldn't want your side to be 2 or 3 down early, because very quickly that can almost spiral.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant job from Gloucestershire, led by the man on strike, James Bracey. Spread field as you'd expect, and because of that, the single declined.
Yeah, just looking at the field here, Luke Proctor is down at long off, and you've got Harry Conway wide long on. And aside from the slips, everybody is dotted about, aren't they, on the boundary, as we've seen in these previous few overs.
Single taken towards the end of the over. What's the what's your Viles viz kind of saying at the moment between Northamptonshire, Gloucestershire and a draw?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because for me, I still think Northamptonshire are in the stronger position. I really do. The fact is, even if there were 35 overs to chase 150, given the nature of the modern game, given the fact that a lot of these players can score boundaries quickly, you wouldn't really put it past the side to at least go for it for the vast majority of those 35 overs. I think the biggest winner on hashtag VilesViz probably is the draw today. I think that was looking quite low earlier this morning, but has since risen by quite a bit. As for Gloucestershire, it would take an almighty effort, I think, to bowl out Northamptonshire for anything certainly below 150. But then again, we've seen it in the past. This is why you can never, ever rest on your laurels in 4-day cricket. Because we saw on that first day, and admittedly, yes, the conditions were different, but given the natural movement of Christian Clark, you've got Will Williams himself, two very good new ball proponents. Then you've got Matt Taylor, the left armer. And of course, Daz Ahmed, who will be buoyant after a career best score with the bats and his first wicket in the tournament for Gloucestershire. So I certainly wouldn't put Gloucestershire winning this game at 0. I still think it's probably the least likely of those outcomes, but I think it's safe to say that, especially for Northamptonshire, the day hasn't transpired how they would have hoped so far. In an ideal world, they would have at least been batting by now.
Yep, completely agree with those sentiments. Summed up very well, Mr. Vars. It's almost like you've watched a bit of county championship cricket over the years.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit. Just a touch.
He's dabbled.
Now and again. Dipping in and out.
Experimented with. 2 slips, field spread. Bracey on strike. Weatherall steaming in. Flicked away powerfully. They're going to look for 2. They're not going to get it. James Bracey has hit that too well. And almost straight to James Sales as well. That, you have to say, as James Bracey offers his apologies to Will Williams, that is user error from the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper to hand that over quite so quickly. On the leg side, half stopped by Vasconcelos. And we back over to James Bracey.
Yeah, the sun's starting to really shine now, isn't it? At the Cinch County ground. Still consistent cloud cover, though. It's not been one of those days where you've had bright blue sky and wispy clouds as the atmospherics. It's been like this all day long. Admittedly, hasn't quite had an impact on the ball, though, the lateral movement.
4 runs. Big gap through the offside. Rafi Weatherall straying in line and length, and Bracey punishes him through the offside.
Well, it's 350 up for the innings, and importantly for Gloucestershire, from that psychological side of things, it's a 150 plus lead. Now stands at 153.
Another single. That one better described as pinched.
Yep.
Off that delivery from Rafi Weatherall as the Northamptonshire fielders converge back on Will Williams. On the leg side. And Williams survives another over. As you'd expect, declines the single. Dot ball to finish. As we tick on to 3 o'clock here at the Cinch County Grounds. Lead of 154. Gloucestershire 351 for 9. And James Bracey's vigil at the crease continues. 120 not out of 187 deliveries. Northamptonshire really, apart from when he chased that wide one from James Sales, just have not had an answer to James Bracey at all this weekend. Calvin Harrison starting to get loose, starting to limber up for a spell, probably to replace Rafi Weatherall from the David Capel end. Surround the bat, try and do something a bit different as Guthrie, the left armour, steams in, and a cry of 2, which I think he'll get this time, easily finds the gap in the leg side. Another couple of runs added.
Yep, superb placement, wasn't it, from James Bracey? It's a big gap out there towards the Jackson Grundy, and straight away called for the 2.
So I asked you about your win viz, or your quota.
Yep.
Give us some numbers and some overs of where you think Northamptonshire would want to be worst case scenario.
Worst case would be 35.
35 overs to chase down what would be getting on towards 200 at that point, wouldn't it, if they carried, if Gloucestershire continued? Maybe 175, somewhere around that number, which would be a run rate required of around 4.5, I think, at that point.
I was going to say, if it's touching 200, I think that would be increasingly difficult. Especially with the new ball, which admittedly hasn't been doing all sorts, but it does offer more than the standard white ball. Yeah, they'll want it a lot sooner than that.
James Bracey almost having a net to himself at the moment, timing the ball beautifully. Funny game, isn't it? Play some glorious looking cricket shots and declines to add any value to his own personal score. A bigger picture at play, of course. He will be starting to look for the single now as Guthrie bowls the 4th of the over and easily takes it into the offside, hands it back over to Will Williams for another couple of deliveries. Northamptonshire converge.
I've just seen we've had a few more comments filter through, so we can go through those towards the ends of the over. Of course, if you have played some club cricket over the weekend as well, let us know. Myself and Dan are club cricket aficionados. We do really enjoy hearing your stories and all the great places that people have either watched or played cricket at. It's an integral part of the game, certainly here in England and Wales.
Short ball from Guthrie, which Williams just drops into the leg side. Lead of 157. The partnership already is worth 14. 30 deliveries, though. 24 minutes on the clock, 25 minutes on the clock for Will Williams already. As this game just starts to really tick by, and Northamptonshire also just start to lose their grip on the fixture as well that they've had for a large part of it. End of another over. Will Williams and Gloucestershire survive another one. 354 for 9 now. Yeah, who else has been tuning in?
Well, I can tell you. I mean, we'll say a very good afternoon or good morning. This actually might be to Steve, who's tuning in from Tampa in Florida. And we've got John, who's catching the action from Huntingdon, getting ready for his match tomorrow. John, do let us know who you're playing against. We can wish you good luck for that one. See the comment from Brian, who is apparently watching from the Phoenix Club in Bolton, which doesn't exist. That's from Phoenix Knights, which I must say has really made me laugh. Hopefully watching along with Jerry and co. And of course, we've also got Daryl tuning in from down the road in Abington Square, as well as Will, who's catching the action from the office in Northampton. May pop down to the ground after work. Well, it is free after tea, isn't it, here at the Cinch County ground? So for those catching the action from the local area, get yourself down and watch the ends of what has been a great game of cricket, as we will see a bit of a leg spin here from Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, a bit of Calvin Harrison for the first time today. 8 overs, 1 made, 0 for 40 in the innings. Bracey does defend it. It's going to be a match-up here, isn't it? Well, one, the left-hander I quite like. But those 2 deliveries at the end of each of the overs to bowl to Will Williams, it's going to be huge here for the leg spinner. Can he tempt anybody into a full shot? It's down the leg side, and good work by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Quick feet to track down there and tidy that up. There is a sweep, which Justin Broad enjoyed. Nobody else did. Fielders start to move themselves in. They'll be desperate to try and get 6 deliveries at Will Williams, won't they? Whether it's going to be Guthrie, got to be thinking desperately to get James Sales with ball in hand. Get him into the game. Well, not quite putting the pressure on Bracey here with 2 to go. Slight change in the field. Bracey finds the single, maybe even more. Will just be 1. Save on the boundary rope. So Calvin Harrison will get 1 delivery at the end of the over against Will Williams. None of the Northants fielders have got the protective equipment out there, so it's not exactly like they can surround Will Williams quickly here. Can't get the slip in, the leg slip, the short leg. And I don't think whatever Will Williams plays, he's going to be taking a single. So well, we are going to get a short leg after all that. George Scrimshaw runs the protective equipment out for safe save. Felt like a bit of a last-minute decision there, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Yeah, completely agree. But there you go. It will be safe save under the lid.
Northamptonshire continue to tinker as George Bartlett takes position at leg slip. So 1 delivery for Harrison to Gloucestershire's number 11. That's over pitched and defended into the offside. Dot ball to finish. Another over. 45, a minimum of 45 remain in the day. And Gloucestershire now lead by 158.
Yep, and these two doing a fine job of just frustrating the Northamptonshire attack here, continuing to chip away and chip away at these overs. Got a couple of nice shout-outs as well to give Dan just while we're waiting in between overs. Shout out to Bob, who's tuning in from Sea Mills in Bristol. Very nice to be able to see live county cricket, as we will see James Sales from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Shout out as well to Kath and Andrew in Preston, as well as Albie, who's watching his dad on the phone while stuck in traffic in the car. That is Albie P. I wonder if that's Luke Proctor's lad.
We might need some more information, I reckon, if that is the case.
I was just trying to work out the surnames.
Stuck in traffic in the car. It's not what you want to be on a Monday, is it? James Sales gets the ball in hand. James Bracey continues to have an answer.
It certainly does. He's been brilliant, hasn't he, James Bracey? 124 unbeaten at the minute. There we go. Confirmation it is. Well, shout out to Albie and, of course, the rest of the Proctor family. He's bowled ever so well, hasn't he, Luke, in this game?
Yeah, he's been good this game. Absolutely. Well, metronomic. Barely conceded a run. I'm sure at this stage of the game, as Bracey gets a bit of a thick inside edge on that one for a single, which would be great for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor would much rather have his pads on at the moment with cricket bat in hand. Still leading his troops brilliantly well. And a bit of a gift maybe for Bracey to give Northamptonshire there. It's over to James Sales with potential of 4 deliveries at Will Williams.
Well, this is the matchup, isn't it, really? James Sales, who in this game has bowled at a very good pace. Of course, coming in to this latest block off the back of a wonderful blast. As the quick single is taken, Proctor won't opt to take the shy at the non-striker's end.
Yep, so those 4 potential deliveries to Will Williams turns into just the solitary one. 2 wickets for Sales, 2 for 37, 2 slips in place, field spread once again.
Rifled away.
Wow. No huge gap, was there, on that offside boundary? That's flown across the outfield. That lead now into the 160s. Bracey himself on 129. Northants just moves some of those fielders up off the boundary rope to try and keep James Bracey on strike. He gets another boundary for Fuller that time from Sales, and it's smeared away through the offside. Back-to-back boundaries for Bracey.
Yeah, this now is starting to get quite a bit more difficult for Northamptonshire, isn't it? Especially if those overs remaining dip below 40. It really has been the James Bracey show, hasn't it, since day 3. Of course, Cameron Bancroft almost set the standard, set the rhythm in place for Gloucestershire to really get a good, healthy score in this second innings. I'll tell you what, Bracey has taken it to a completely different level. Just looking at some of those scores. I mean, Bracey's on 133. Bancroft is the next best with 64.
And another boundary for Bracey. Moves to 137. Now, expensive as that lead has ticked up to 172, but Calvin Harrison will get to start the over against Will Williams. Does George Scrimshaw, the Northamptonshire 12th man, bring any more protective equipment out to the middle so they could get us a silly point in or a short cover to go with the slip and the leg slip and the short leg? Really try and put Will Williams under pressure. Give him some company around the bat. Don't forget with James Bracey, that 137 that he's got now goes quite well with his 72 that he got.
Yes, it does.
In the first innings too.
Well, it'll go even better if he scores one more. And I'll tell you why. As Harrison prepares to bowl this latest over. Short leg is there, along with the slip. Pressed forward. So yeah, even though it isn't his 200th career appearance, it's his 200th career innings. So he's already surpassed 200 runs across both of them, which is fantastic. Also worth mentioning as well, in the past few games between the two sides, Bracey hadn't actually scored a half-century. It's that one carved away through backward point. This could be 4 for Will Williams. There's a real chase on, and it's one which the ball will win. So the boundaries now beginning to tally up here for Gloucestershire. This time it's the New Zealander who gets the latest one on the board. And what a fight back this has been. Yesterday as well, I think this is really important to mention on day 3. At one stage, Gloucestershire were 2-2-1 for 7. So that pops up in the air, shouts of catch it. Were there? Oh, there wasn't any bat on it. There wasn't any bat on it. Zabe got there. I think that just came off the pad, judging by the reaction.
Yeah, it sounded quite paddy, didn't it, from our effects mic, and it ballooned up into the air. Well, it's getting to the stage of this innings now, isn't it, for Northamptonshire, that this final wicket probably needs to fall now or 5 minutes ago. Lead of 176, so it'd be 177 off essentially, well, we've already decided that it wouldn't be 43.2 overs, would it? Because we would lose 2, which would take it down to 41. And of course, with the seamers involved, over 8 wouldn't be the 16 an hour that is scheduled. And obviously now with the spinner as well, the extra bits of protection is just going to take a bit more time out of the game. The only thing really that Northamptonshire could really set their stall on would be that 16 over final hour.
Yep.
And how many could you calculate as a number that you'd be prepared to try and get? I mean, one thing that's interesting is the short side of the ground this week. That's something that potentially is worth taking into consideration. Yes, of course, it would be protected incredibly strongly by Cameron Bancroft and Gloucestershire. If, of course, Northamptonshire even get an opportunity to bat. These two could continue for a long time yet. But 100 off the last 16, 6 1/4 and over. There's a twist in this game yet, Mr. Viles.
There is. There's still a lot of cricket still to be played. But as I said, regardless of outcome, you really do have to almost tip your hat to Gloucestershire. Because if you looked at this in isolation, you looked at their place in the table, you looked at the position they're in yesterday, you could have gone, is there really much point? But they've not shown any semblance of that lack of character. They have fought, they have scrapped, they have dug in all game long. And it is good to see the fact that this game has been so competitive. And if Northants win this, it almost makes it that bit more, I'd say, enjoyable, because they've had to work so hard to actually get the additional points. The fact is, either way, even if this does finish as a draw, Northants are getting 15 points. It's a good draw, isn't it? 4 batting bonus points, 3 bowling bonus points, plus the 8. But given where Durham are, given the fact that they're playing Durham next week in the latest round, feels like they could do with the win.
Yeah, but it's getting further and further away, isn't it?
Well, I've got to be honest, I think if the lead was to surpass 200, I think that would be a bit of a bridge too far. Just because if it was to reach that point, you've also got to consider the amount of overs it might take.
Yeah. Well, and as well, without stating the obvious, there's no such thing as a power play. There's no such thing as fielding restrictions. There's no 30-yard circle. Boundaries are permitted to be protected. There's no need to go hunting for wickets. There aren't going to be vacant boundaries as such, as a defending side, as Northamptonshire are doing at the moment. You could have 8 fielders on the boundary rope trying to protect that score, or in this instance, trying to entice Bracey into taking the single. As I say, that short side of the grounds is a fascinating proposition if we get into a run chase. Because it is a particularly short side of the ground this week.
Yeah, it's noticeable, isn't it? The dimensions compared to what for Bracey as the left-hander is the offside from this side of the ground. Can James Sales, though, just catalyse something here? Strike with a golden arm. It's Bracey smartly decides for a short drop and run.
It's all pretty straightforward cricket at the minute for James Bracey, isn't it? The job is about as clear as it possibly has ever been for James Bracey. Northamptonshire can't really afford to stop James Bracey playing in this fashion, in a sense of keeping the field up for the start of the over, because he'll have the skill and the power and the ability to find the boundary. And then all of a sudden, as you say, the score is past 200 and it's starting to look impossible.
Well, this is interesting. They're going for 2 straight away. It is the dominant hand of Liam Guthrie. Really sharp couple of runs taken there between Williams and indeed Bracey.
Yeah, very quick. Called immediately, wasn't it?
Imagine this next one. He's just going to defend the final ball of the over. Just fences it. It's a point for no run. So Gloucestershire 378 for 9. They lead by 181 runs. There are a minimum of 42 overs remaining in the day's play. It will be Calvin Harrison to resume from the David Capel end. course, we've already seen a couple of results in the second division as well. Derbyshire beating Durham. Sorry, Durham beating Derbyshire even. We'll get there eventually. By an innings at the Riverside. Of course, Kent victorious at Stanley Park in Blackpool against Lancashire yesterday. Also very intriguingly poised at New Road, where Worcestershire are 181 for 7 against Middlesex as Harrison bowls here to Bracey. Pushes that out to deep mid-wicket for no run. Only Justin Broad, the slip fielder, inside that imaginary 30-yard circle. So that one's slightly short, so hacked away to deep point for no run. Bracey there goes for the sweep and deposits it spectacularly well. Superb shots from the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper. Produces another excellent boundary. Picked his gap to perfection.
Yeah, I timed that so well. Who is that down on the boundary? Is it James Sales? He's barely had anywhere to go to try and stop that crossing the rope.
A single there for James Bracey. That's a great shot, isn't it? We had a great view as well from the commentary box here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. Now you'll see the fielders hitting around the eye line of Williams. I believe it will be George Bartlett. It appears to be silly mid off, and Save Zabe is under the helmet at short leg, just in Broad, the slip fielder. Only the two boundary riders down at deep backward square and deep backward point. Everybody else a lot closer to the action. Harrison drags back the length. And Williams strides into forward defence. Dot ball to finish the over. 5 runs come from it for Gloucestershire. The visitors now lead by 185 with 41 overs remaining in the day's play.
It continues to be excellent, doesn't it, for Gloucestershire? Brilliant, brilliant third innings. 182, lead of 185. Bracey, 143 not out. Northamptonshire, I think they're getting to a stage, if I'm honest, just starting to run out of ideas. You can see the body language of some of the cricketers, folded arms, double teapots. Certainly frustrated, as that is absolutely minced down towards deep mid-wicket for a dot ball by James Bracey.
Well, because on paper, you look at this innings this morning and you go, the overheads are favourable. We've got a brand new ball. We've got a bowling attack who are quite clearly confident, bowled exceptionally well on day 3. We should be batting soon. And that isn't what's transpired at all. And most of it has been because of this man, James Bracey. As that one beats the attempted scoop and pick up. 2 more to add to the Bristolians' tally. He goes on to 145.
Yeah, I don't think the Northamptonshire dressing room and team would have thought that way. I think potentially supporters and viewers and watchers might have been more of that school of thought. They would have realised that there was a lot of hard work to be done there. I like that from George Bartlett. Yeah, it didn't quite go to plan, but he had to attack it at the rate that he did to try and put Bracey under pressure. And had he had picked it up clean, obviously running to the danger end, Bracey, it would have just been something to have raised the heart rate a fraction for the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper. As it was, it's just another couple of runs added to the tally. And, well, I say just another. That kind of does it a disservice, doesn't it, as it ticks up to a 187-run lead. So they're now 13 runs away, Aaron, from that magic 200 number that he thinks out of reach at this stage.
I do think it'd be very, very tough. Although, with that being said, we haven't seen any demons from the pitch whatsoever. So providing, for me, it would be Christian Clark. I think he would be the X factor. He's the danger. Just because of his action, he naturally tails it back in, especially against left-handers. So produces a bit of a challenge, especially for Proctor and Vasconcelos opening up. But if Northampton were to get a solid platform, let's say a 50 opening partnership, nothing's off the table. And let's face it, Northants, well, they're in the form of their lives at the minute. Not only here in the Championship, where prior to this game they were sat in second place, but of course in the Blast. 6 wins out of 6. It does help. The entire squad right now should be brimming with confidence.
Yeah, and they've got cricketers in this Championship 11 that if they needed or wanted to, they could have a little bit of a reshuffle, couldn't they? They could rejig a batting order in an attempt to set themselves up for a run chase. But they've got another wicket to take first.
They do. They certainly do. As we'll see the end of the over. So Gloucestershire's lead now 188. James Bracey and Will Williams still out there in the middle for Mark Alain's side. Great to see the numbers on the YouTube as well. Over 1,500, 1,500 of you catching the action.
It's just been a fascinating game, hasn't it? It really has. And not necessarily in a forward running game either. This has been very much a fascinating game because of the metal and the bottle and the rear guard action that Gloucestershire have shown. If you look at the table, you'd say it would be a county that's really low on confidence and struggling. 35 points, I think it is, from the 7 games that they've played so far in 2026. But I mean, this is a real performance of character. A fighting and battling performance. And one that you'd think should give them an awful lot of confidence for the rest of the summer. I mean, Bracey. This has been a gargantuan effort, hasn't it? To bat through this length of time in this innings and what we spoke about in the first as well. It was a 160-run partnership which stifled Northamptonshire with Graham Van Buren in that first innings and just extended the game.
Well, they themselves will have also had a much-needed pick-me-up during the Blast. Let's face it, I mean, Gloucestershire had a really, really difficult start to the season. But then almost having the pressure relieved by the Blast and doing well. Dwan Janssen bowled exceptionally in the tournament. Also won some really important games, especially looking ahead to the second half of that group stage. And let's not forget as well, they are missing players today. No Ollie Price, no Ben Charlesworth, no Craig Miles. It's been very gutsy. As Harrison tries to sneak that one through the defences. Bracey goes on the reverse, pops up, there's a huge appeal. Straight away, Vasconcelos has rolled the ball to the square leg umpire.
Initial impressions, and I haven't had the benefit to watch it back, but I thought that's come off the bat of James Bracey. It looked like it deviated twice. Hard to see with that look. Quite sure what we're on here. I think the physio is coming out for James Bracey. Maybe it did miss the bat. Maybe it was off the pad onto the forearm, or which is what James Bracey's indicating. But it certainly looked like it deviated twice. Vasconcelos was absolutely convinced. Off the elbow, maybe. Umpire completely unmoved. James Bracey continues on 146.
Well, there will be a slight break here as there's also a change of gloves here as well. We are almost ready to get back underway then. So Bracey does survive. He's on 146 from 218. Will Williams, the Gloucestershire number 11, still surviving on 9 from 31. Here is Harrison then for the final time in the over. Bracey again goes on the reverse and this time executes it well. Down towards deep third for a single. So he will retain the strike for the next over. Gloucestershire now 386 for 9. Lead goes to 189 runs.
Big moment in the game, isn't it? What we've had in that over. Calvin Harrison hasn't exactly been at his best in this game, but got very close to getting the breakthrough in that particular moment.
Will be James Sales from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Still Northamptonshire look to pry this final Gloucestershire wicket. Very full and dug out through the covers for no run. That one goes down the leg side.
You're likely to get one more over in before tea. There are 4 deliveries left here with what, about a minute to go on the clock. I'll give you a quick update just before we get to the break on the other 3 championship games that are going on at the moment. Warwickshire still going at Scarborough, 233 for 5. So they get towards that final session. Worcestershire still going 189 for 7. They do require 169, which I think is probably out of the equation at this stage. But Middlesex battling away for those final 3 wickets. And then the game just up the road at Leicester at Grace Road between Essex and Leicestershire. Essex are 96 for 2. So they will require 119. Those final 30 or a final minimum of 36 overs. So that currently stands at about 3.3 runs per over for Essex if they were to be successful.
Am I right in thinking if Essex win that, they'd go top of Division 1?
Crikey, that's asking me some questions that I might not know the answer to. Bear with me, caller.
Because they obviously got quite a few bonus points, didn't they, from that?
So I believe that would be updated with the bonus points, and they will add 20 to it.
I think that is with the bonus.
That's
They'd add 16.
16.
So, yeah, if Notts have lost, haven't they?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, they would be. Yeah, they would be by 1 point ahead of Sussex. Crikey, that'd be interesting. It's ever so tight, isn't it, Division 1? Goodness me.
It certainly is.
So you've got the team in 6th who are on 80+ points, and the league leaders on 103. Wowzers. Of course, though, our attention firmly on the action in Division 2. Short leg is here as Sales prepares to bowl to Will Williams. 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip as well. Great delivery from Sales. Maintaining the pressure here on the New Zealander. And Williams covers up well to round out the over.
Calvin Harrison then. Northamptonshire leg spinner. Thought he had the breakthrough, continues. Bowling to James Bracey, who's 148 not out. Of 190. $387 for 9. Do you think if Northamptonshire here set the ultra-aggressive field to James Bracey with the leg slip and the silly point, would he bat differently, do you think? Do you think he'd go aggressive to the other end of the scale? Or do you think he's quite happy to absorb the pressure for the forward deliveries? And it's a bit of a risk, I'll concede, because those boundaries in theory would become easier for him. He gets a bit of a full toss there from Calvin Harrison, but a lead of 190, as you said, it's getting to a stage where it's going to be incredibly difficult to go and get it.
See, with Bracey, I don't think he's that style of batter. I don't think he'll suddenly turn on the jets and start swashbuckling his way to 4s and 6s every single delivery. At this stage, I mean, is there any real drawback to that? I mean, yes, in theory, if he went and scored a quick fire 20, you could say that it's backfired, but
if he's out,
exactly, yeah.
Then at least you know where you stand at that point, I guess. Easier said than done. Brave. Brilliant by James Sales to keep James Bracey on strike. They have gone a little bit more proactive this time around. There's Luke Proctor, Northamptonshire, to try and keep Bracey on strike. I mean, Will Williams, as is proven in this inning so far, and as he did earlier on the season, he's faced 33 deliveries. He's no slouch with the cricket bat. It's not an easy wicket to get at the other end. There is no bunny anymore. There's no genuine number 11. And a good over here for Calvin Harrison and Northamptonshire. Can they get the final dot ball or a boundary so they can have 6 or at least be able to start the over against Will Williams? Slip in place as Harrison bowls it quicker and flatter, and it is a dot ball. And they will get to bowl at Will Williams at the start of the next over, and that duty and responsibility will be that of James Sales. So first part of the plan, got it right.
Certainly did.
So I think I just heard over the PA that the play here could continue for a further 30 minutes. Or 30 minutes from what would have been the scheduled tea break. So if we're being pedantic, 24 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Because of the fact Gloucestershire are 9 down at this stage of the game. 2 slips and a gully. One man down on the hook at fine leg. Sales will be trying to nick off Will Williams. I wonder why generally the Yorker's not the go-to delivery in red ball cricket around the world. And that is the edge. And it's the partnership broken and the innings has ended. James Sales does pick up the wicket of Will Williams. So the over before from Calvin Harrison, which kept Williams on strike, has worked. It's been successful. Sales had the opportunity for a fresh over and a full over to Will Williams. Bit of a loose shot from Will Williams in the end. Didn't necessarily need to drive it. Did. And has been caught behind by Ricardo Vasconcelos for 9. And Gloucestershire have been bowled out for 387, which is a lead of 190, Aaron. Tea will be taken now. We will, of course, be back for the evening session. But 190. How do you feel about that?
2 words. Game on. Game on. It's game on at the Cinch County grounds. Really happy as well for James Sales. Finishes the innings with 3 wickets to his name. So, yeah, we'll take a bit of a reprieve, a breather here on Steelbacks TV. And we'll be back after the interval for what promises to be a thoroughly entertaining evening session. Myself and Dan will see you shortly for the resumption of the action.
Welcome back, folks, to the Cinch County Ground as the final session and the final innings is about to get underway here between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire in the 26th Rothesay County Championship. You've joined us through the course of the day, and plenty of you have. You've enjoyed a rear guards action, dig-in cricket from James Bracey. Brilliant innings before Gloucestershire were finally bowled out for 387, which has set Northamptonshire a total of 191 runs, with a minimum of 36 overs remaining in the day's play, which would be a required run rate of 5.31 runs per over. My name's Dan Jaswicks, joined by Aaron Viles here on Steelbacks TV. And he said game on before we took tea. How have you managed to digest the numbers and the thought process and the game plan for the two counties? What have you mulled over in the break?
Well, I still maintain my position of I think a few early wickets will determine whether or not this run chase goes down in the way that both sides would want it to go. We see the first delivery bowled here by Williams. Because for Northamptonshire, as we said, they need a foundation here. 5.3 on paper as a required run rate is achievable, especially on this surface. The fact is the pace, the carry has been consistent throughout, so I don't think it's suddenly going to become a minefield. But the danger is, if you lose 2 or 3 early on, suddenly 190 actually seems like quite a few, doesn't it?
It does indeed. 2 slips for Williams. Yeah, the solid foundation for starters is going to be important, and the fact that they've gone for the orthodox championship opening pair of Vasconcelos and Proctor will just back up the importance of that. They obviously have some pretty powerful T20 cricketers in the 11 this week for Northamptonshire. So if they did feel particularly creative, they could have given a little bit of a reshuffle. They might still, but obviously we've got a few things at play though, haven't we? Cameron Bancroft and his captaincy. What's the appetite? Is he trying to hunt for these 10 wickets? If he feels as though the game gets away, do you see the fielders disappear down to the boundary rope in order to protect those runs? That they have got that 191 that they've got to play with. I'm sure it's not going to be easy against the likes of Will Williams and Christian Clark in particular, who bowled brilliantly on day one. Northamptonshire could, if they lost a couple of wickets, could shut up shop, take the foot off, just really kind of dig in and make sure that they don't give anything away. But Darren Lehman, at the start of his tenure here, did say that they would be prepared to lose games in the hunt for winning them. And there are the first couple of runs ticked off for Northamptonshire. And the other thing as well is, like you've said on numerous occasions here, Division 2 of the County Championship, you don't get promoted by drawing games of cricket.
You don't. You don't. And it's something which Glamorgan found out the hard way, I'd say, for the previous 3 seasons prior to the 2025 campaign. They drew a lot of games at home and consistently finished mid-table. But mid-table isn't enough. If you want to push forwards and get back to the top flight, you've got to win games of cricket.
Luke Proctor on strike for the first time this evening. 1 delivery left in the over. Gets squared up. Through to the gloves of Bracey. Dot ball to finish. 1 run off the opening over of this evening session. Northamptonshire are 1 for no loss.
Just going back to Bancroft's approach here as well, the reason why I said wickets would change it for both sides, I think you would see a complete change in the field. If Northamptonshire, let's say, were 30 for 3, I think Bancroft, given his style of captaincy, would start actively hunting, wouldn't he?
I agree with you. And in equal measure as well, you said that draws aren't going to cut it because there's no relegation. And you don't want to. I'm sure from a team's perspective, from a fans and supporters perspective, doesn't really matter if you lose, does it? You can't go down. You can't lose your first-class status in the county championship. It does matter, of course it does, but in the overall scheme of things, it doesn't really have, it's not going to have an impact on 2027, for example. So we will see Christian Clark, the New Zealand overseas and international, into the attack. Bowled brilliantly well on Friday morning. Wicket in particular of Ricardo Vasconcelos, which feels like an age ago. And if you've not seen it, just find it, because it was an absolute stonking delivery that I don't think many in world cricket would have kept out on Friday morning here in Northampton. It was a beauty. Short ball pulled away, all the way for 6. Ricardo Vasconcelos into the act. Not particularly short, but highlighting something that we have spoken about through the course of the day, and that is the ground dimensions here at the Cinch County Ground this week. We are a long way over on the eastern side of the square, which does put that leg side boundary for Ricardo Vasconcelos into the short category. And that's going to be something which Gloucestershire are protecting. There's 2 fielders on the rope. But equally, it's not really a long enough boundary to not be confident if you're trying to hit it. Vasconcelos moves to 7. Probably an indication that Northamptonshire are quite keen to have a go at this.
As they should be. As they should be. If they pull this off, that will give them a great boost heading into the next round against Durham. Durham themselves, they'll be sky high in the confidence department. They've just beaten Derbyshire by an innings at the exact same venue. Matt Potts is in outstanding form.
Side edge and falls safely into the leg side.
And it feels like a place where you almost have to go with a little bit of momentum. I'm not saying that if Northamptonshire don't pull this off, then suddenly they've got a ridiculously uphill task against Durham, because things can change game by game. But if they could close that gap even further and then get a result in the northeast, it would be massive.
It would. Big edge, falls just short. Fielder there at second slip. It might be the captain himself. That second slip just in front of him.
Yeah, it is. It's Bancroft, and first slip is Jack Taylor. Obviously, James Bracey, the gloveman. Talking of confidence, he'll be pretty confident right now, won't he? Off the back of that unbeaten 148.
To the leg side, down to one of those 2 boundary rinders. So 7 off the over. Ricardo Vasconcelos will keep the strike. And a good start to the 4th innings for Northamptonshire. 8 for no loss.
So 183 to win. That is the requirement for Northamptonshire. Does feel like we're in for a thoroughly exciting finish to this game as well, doesn't it? And to be honest, Dan, I think it's deserved it. It really has. We've seen some wonderful, wonderful individual displays over the course of these previous 4 days. Who will be that potential match winner? Who can be the X factor with either bat or ball?
Yeah, there's a final crescendo involved, isn't there? As a call for 2. Vasconcelos does say no. Very well fielded by Daz Ahmed to keep it down to 1. Over to Luke Proctor. He will want to ensure that he provides the base for this innings, won't he? And then allow the likes of Ricardo Vasconcelos, Calvin Harrison, Nathan McSweeney, Saif Zabe, James Sales, Justin Broad, George Bartlett have an opportunity this run chase. The way, just be 1.
Yeah, definitely wasn't 2 on there.
But he's not known for his 6 hitting or boundary hitting prowess. Luke Proctor, of course, can. But you mentioned the solid start, and it feels as though the captain will take that on the shoulders as we see a slight reinforcement to the field here for Gloucestershire. One of those catches, Jack Taylor, moves into a mid-wicket. Short ball and down the leg side, wide, signalled by the umpire at square leg.
That's something that Gloucestershire do also need to be careful of. Extras. There were far too many extras in that first innings. I mean, there were double digits, weren't there, in the no ball department? A few leg byes, a couple of wides as well.
Be another one. Bowling well to the field here, Will Williams. Not allowing an easy boundary. He's got the benefit for the two left-handers of the fact they've got the long leg side boundary, haven't they? Got two fielders out on the rope, one at deep square and one at almost a long leg. And I don't think he's going to give you much to throw your hands through it on the offside. It's gone. Proctor has chopped on. Will Williams breaks the opening partnership, and Northamptonshire's captain has got to walk off for one. Score on 12 for one, and Gloucestershire have got there first.
Well, there is the early breakthrough as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Pretty big wicket as well. It is the Northamptonshire captain who, as we know, even if it isn't a case of striking these almighty sixes, can certainly hit a flurry of fours and usually rotates the strike well. So that is a really good start for Will Williams. He gets another wicket for the game. And as for Northamptonshire, well, it's not the ideal start, is it? The first wicket falling with just 12 runs on the board. Although this will be really interesting, I think, with Calvin Harrison, because Calvin Harrison, as a batter, does tend to be a little bit more expansive, doesn't he? There is, of course, the flip side of that, which means that he can produce quite a few catching opportunities. Gloucestershire will look at this almost like a double-edged sword that, yes, he can hit a few fours, a couple of sixes, but we've also got a chance in the cordon. We've got a chance at mid-wicket through the covers as well. So this, for me, is one of the major moments, I'd say, in the run chase, along with Safe Sabe, if and when we get to see him a little bit later on. I think that these two in a run chase could hold the key for Northamptonshire.
I like that. I like that a lot. It's a good billing, isn't it, for Calvin Harrison? He's got himself out to number 3. It was an expansive innings in the first innings. Cut short somewhat. He's got a couple of hundreds this year in the county championship. The other thing I like about this, the fact there's now a left-hand and right-hand combination in the middle for Northamptonshire. So that short leg side of the ground is in play at both ends at this stage now. She's going to rely on the Gloucestershire bowlers really bowling to their field and the plans. It's Williams to Harrison. It's defended into the offside and gets away with a single. That just puts a little bit of extra pressure, I think, on the bowlers that shorter side is in play at all times now.
100%, and it goes back to something you mentioned in the Gloucestershire innings, and it's also the height of the two batters in the middle. So for Harrison, those ones which might be rearing up a little bit on Vasconcelos are actually in his hitting arc. So this will be fascinating.
Another one for Northants. That'd be to hit Vasconcelos pretty hard. It'll be a run, though, to end the over. 13. 14 for one, I believe, at the end of the over.
Yeah, quick shout out as well to Dom and Elliot, who are watching on in Saint-Tropez. Quite the nice location to be watching and listening to some county championship action from. I imagine the weather might be slightly better than it is in England today. It's not terrible by any stretch, but think it's low 20s at the minute, if that.
Just tucks Vasconcelos up, takes that single. It sounds like it should be better, doesn't it?
As we said, it's been great to have so many of you tuning in to the coverage, not only today, but also to those who have been with us for the opening 3 days of the action as well. As we said, it's a fitting conclusion to what has been a very hard-fought battle between the Tudor Rose and the glorious Gloucesters.
Yeah, 2 slips for Harrison. Down the leg side. She'll be frustrated that he wasn't able to help on his way. Keep you up to date in this final session of those other 3 games that are going on in the county championship as well. Two of them in Division 1 and the other one in Division 2. I think the question for Northamptonshire with this run chase, if of course things go how they would like them to go in this opening part, is when that final hour, that final 16 gets called. That's handy for Northamptonshire. Not the greatest delivery from Christian Clark, and Ricardo Vasconcelos leaves the bat there and just helps it on its way for 4. Short leg sides, fielder never stood a chance, and Northamptonshire move up to 20. It's going to be what number are they prepared to leave for the quantity of overs that they're guaranteed to get. But they've got to get there first. Leg side again, that time squarer, and the fielder does well and just 1.
So far, Vasconcelos doing a fine job here. A run of ball 17, striking at exactly 100. No real risk involved either with those opening runs, a lot of them down the leg side.
Short ball, and Harrison happy to duck underneath that and watch it go past. End of the over, 4 completed, 21 for 1. Buoyant. Gloucestershire 11 in the middle. Got a spring in their step, haven't they, in this 4th innings? And they should be looking at this as an opportunity, shouldn't they?
They should, absolutely. The fact is, they've risen. They have risen in this game to the occasion, and they've fought back outstandingly well. To be 221 for 7 yesterday and finish 387 all out is a fantastic effort. It's given them an opportunity.
Side into the hip. Should be 2 for Northamptonshire. It's going to be leg buys, but it really doesn't matter for the hosts how they come about. How do you see Gloucestershire and Cameron Bancroft going about this 4th innings? Is it long spells and setting batters up with their bowlers? Are they going to rotate the bowlers around? Do you see spin with Graham Van Buren having an impact? Do you see Cameron Bancroft looking to protect the boundaries? How do you see that approach from visitors?
I think for these opening 10 to 12, it will be your standard. So long spells for Christian Clark and Will Williams. The fact is they've earned it off the back of that first innings when they had Northamptonshire 41 for 3. Once we get past that stage, I think it depends on how many wickets have fallen. I think first change realistically should be Matt Taylor, regardless, just because left arm seam bowler can target the stumps. That's the other thing. like he's someone who can consistently get LBWs and bring especially off stump for the right-handers into play. I think spin is the real, I'd almost say, mystery at this moment in time. Because Daz Ahmed as well, of course, let's not forget, he'll also be feeling pretty confident following his batting display. Scored 40, batting at number 9, also got that wicket of safe save. So I don't think there'll be any deviation from the norm as of yet. Of course, if Northamptonshire suddenly start getting a few boundaries in succession, that might change. But how do you see it, Dan? Especially with spin. I think for me, spin is the big question here. Because with Van Buren, left-arm finger spinner, who doesn't give it tremendous flight, so he's not going to be ridiculously easy to get under. But he is someone who you can nudge and nurdle for quick 1s and 2s. And let's face it, the required rate isn't sky high, is it? It's still below 6.
It's a beauty, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I think spin is going to be more, or the importance there is going to be whether Gloucestershire can get to a point where there's 2 right-handers in the middle or 2 left-handers in the middle. I think all the while, and I've said it a couple of times now, I won't keep going on about it, but while there is that short side of the ground, to have that as a short leg side to one or the other batter for a spinner is going to be very tricky.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to target that from either end. Does take pace off the ball. Then the trade-off, though, but potentially if you get into that final hour, you're not going to give Northamptonshire any extra overs, but you get through the overs quicker, which means you give the opposition slightly longer to go and chase something down. Whatever happens, it's going to be fascinating.
It is. It is. The fact that we can theorise so many different scenarios and situations is a testament, isn't it? Goes to show why we all adore first-class cricket. The fact is, this would be a great scenario in a one-day match. This has taken, what, three days and 2 sessions to reach this point. It's amazing.
Short ball pulled away. Gets the ball down, though. Harrison adds a single. Yeah, it has. It's been brewing, hasn't it? Just this game has been kind of bubbling along quite nicely. That first moment when Christian Clark ripped out Northamptonshire's top order, you kind of worried that this game might have been moving along quite quickly. Then there was that huge partnership where Northamptonshire not just wrestled momentum back, but I mean, they just completely took it over. Completely took over the momentum in this game at the end of Northamptonshire's first innings. Gloucestershire have really, really battled back hard to get themselves into this position. 167 runs required for Northamptonshire, 24 for 1. Over pitch through the offside. That's going to be 4 through the covers for Vasconcelos. A loose one from Clark. And another boundary for Northamptonshire's opening batter. Moves to 21.
Yeah, easy pickings there for Vasconcelos. It's one of his strongest scoring regions. Timed it very nicely, didn't he? It's funny actually thinking back to Friday. We saw that record partnership, didn't we? For the 4th wicket in games between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. 261 between Nathan McSweeney and Safe Sabe. Feels like a completely different game.
Squared up. Leading edge. Full safe. Yeah, it does. It feels like a very, very different equation. The time we've got remaining here at the Cinch County grounds. Just gone 4:30. For those of you that are watching around the world. So we've got a very international audience today, haven't we? Left-handed Vasconcelos, short leg side. Can't get it past the man at mid-wicket. Doesn't need to stress or panic just yet. End of the over, 28 for 1. Vasconcelos on 21, Calvin Harrison on 3. 163 required, which would be at a required rate if we got the full 30 overs in at 5.4.
Yeah, it's still not ridiculously skewed in one direction or the other, is it really? 5.4 is achievable. Of course, there is the caveat in first-class cricket. If it does get to a stage where Northamptonshire begin to tee off, you can just put fielders on the boundary. This is not the T20 Blast or even the Metrobank One Day Cup where you've got fielding restrictions, as we just see square leg pushed out to boundary. So deep square leg, deep third, and believe a long leg. They are the boundary riders.
Yeah, it's a slightly deeper pocket, isn't it, behind square on the leg side for the right-handed Calvin Harrison. If he can go in front of square, if that's an area that he's looking at, it is very, very short. There is no protection out there, which will lead you to believe that Will Williams will not give Calvin Harrison an opportunity to put the ball through the leg side. There is a deep pocket down at deep backward square. Gets the bottom edge and continues to fight another day. Calvin Harrison here will, I think he'll want to really prove a point. He didn't bowl great, did he, through the course of the game? And I don't think necessarily he's had those match-winning impacts in 2026 since he's made that permanent move from Nottinghamshire. He'd like to really put a dent in this, I'm sure. It's a very stylish innings in the first innings, wasn't it? Some glorious cricket shots over the infield, down the ground.
Slightly tame dismissal though, wasn't it? Just spooned one up in the air to Will Williams at mid-on.
Great start this from Will Williams. He's going at less than 2 and over here. He's conceded just 7 from the 3.4 overs that he's bowled from the David Capel end. 28 for 1.
Going back to a point that we've made on many an occasion this season, though, bowling in tandem. Because so far, because Clark is going over 6s, Williams, you can just afford to see out.
Great shot. Harrison off the back foot, punches it through the offsides. Has the ball got enough momentum in it? It has. That outfield has gained a bit of pace over the weekends. And that one has raced away off the tiptoes through the offside. And Harrison moves to 7. Northamptonshire get the much needed boundary.
Yeah, for Harrison as well, we'll just settle any nerves that he had coming out into the middle. Spoke about the importance of not looking to overhit. Just uses the pace on the ball there, caresses it through the gap.
Yeah, brought about a change in the field. Immediately, Will Williams dismissed Daz Ahmed out to that deep cover boundary. Just about there. And it will just be the 1 to end the over. So 5 runs off it for Northants. 158 runs required. Harrison on strike on 8.
Well, Bancroft here happy to stick with Christian Clark. As we saw firsthand in that first innings, certainly can be a nightmare to face. Got a 6 for on his debut for the West Country outfit. Also looked very handy and adept with the bat as well. Here he is then, bowling up first to Calvin Harrison. Muted appeal there. I think they knew straight away there wasn't much going for that LBW shout.
No, Clark, I think you've got to keep going while he can. He is a strike bowler, isn't he? He wasn't the most economical in the first innings. The extras and the no balls that he bowled certainly didn't help his figures in any stretch, but he bowled 6 genuine wicket-taking deliveries in the spell, and some as well that didn't get rewarded. And Gloucestershire need wickets if they're going to come away with a victory, which, as you say earlier today, looks the least likely of the 3 possible results. But if they're going to make that least likely result happen, they're just going to need another 9 wickets. They might as well give them to the bloke who's taken 6 in the first innings.
Precisely that. I do think when it comes to wickets after, I'd say, the 10 to 12 over mark, you're probably looking at this man, Christian Clark, and Matt Taylor. I think they'd be the 2 most likely avenues, of course. Clark will have to have a little bit of a breather as he bowls here to Harrison. Harrison drives that down towards deep backward point for 1. But that will be something which Cameron Bancroft is just weighing up. And there's still a long way to go in this run chase. I think it's been a solid start, though, for Northamptonshire. Just going at 4.8 runs per over. Vasconcelos leaves that alone. Because sometimes you can almost get dragged into it a little bit too much, where you go slightly too hard in the opening 10 to 15 overs. Northamptonshire can ill afford to be 3 or 4 wickets down, because at that stage, even though they've got a tremendously deep batting lineup, you almost feel behind the 8 ball. Don't want to give Gloucestershire any extra motivation. Vasconcelos rifles that one. Good stop. Really good stop. And Williams will have a bit of a shy at the non-striker's end. I think that's Miles Hammond, isn't it? Fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, save 3 runs. Absolutely no doubt about that. That was bludgeoned by Vasconcelos through mid-wicket, wasn't it? Great stop by Miles Hammond.
Saved 3 runs there. Harrison tries to beat the fielder at mid on Graham Van Buren. Just about stops it. Slightly more unorthodox, I imagine, compared to the way in which he would have hoped to do so, but that'll be the end of the over. 8 have gone in this, the 4th and final innings of the game. Northamptonshire 38 for 1. They require a further 153 for the victory. One which would certainly consolidate their place in the top 2 of the 2nd division. Just looking down there, Matt Taylor is starting to just do a couple of stretches. Loosen the shoulders. Be fascinated to see when Daz Ahmed does the same, because we saw that on the first day. Daz Ahmed appeared to be warming up for about 10 overs, but didn't initially get the nod. Here's Williams, though, bowling to Harrison. Starts off with a dot.
Yeah, Daz Ahmed's going to be a really interesting proposition. He's a bit of the unknown quantity, isn't he? Not just for Northamptonshire, but also for Cameron Bancroft himself. If the game goes down to the crunch, where do you throw the ball to if you're looking for the 4th bowling option? Do you go to Graham Van Buren before you go to Daz Ahmed? Do you try and get Daz Ahmed in earlier, so you've then got an opportunity to build him into the game?
Harrison decides to defend that latest one. Well, of course, that will be all running through Cameron Bancroft's mind, won't it, when it comes to the rotation of his bowlers? In a way, he might be looking at the breakdown in a similar way to limited overs cricket. Admittedly, we are seeing longer spells here from the 2 new ball bowlers, but Aside from that, it might be a case of short, sharp bursts, depending on how the change bowlers actually operate. That one goes down the leg side for no run.
Yeah, it's a school of thought. I mean, the one thing that's thrown a little bit of confusion in the works was that potential additional 30 minutes in that afternoon session until the tea break. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on the clock. So we get to what, 4:45 in the afternoon. But the minimum overs remaining of 27 runs doesn't quite add up to our understanding of the fourth and final day of a county championship fixture at the moment, does it?
Well, either way, I think Northamptonshire have got to try and take this as deep as possible. As Williams looks to round out the over and does so. Fantastic over. That's a maiden from the New Zealander. Just bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Exactly the kind of start that his captain, his team, the supporters of Gloucestershire would have been hoping for. Well, here is a change of bowler. What will be the 10th over of the chase? Matt Taylor has handed the cap to the standing umpire. So it will be some left arm seen here. And right from the get-go, I know it sounds very basic, he's got to be so careful with his line here. I'm already looking at the field. He's got deep square leg, he's got long leg out. If he drifts it too far down the leg side, there's plenty of space down towards the Spencer Lounge. If he bowls a short one and it sits up kindly, we've already seen Vasconcelos deposit 1 for 6. So he has got to be so regimented and disciplined here. I like the addition of short cover though. Jack Taylor is in that position as his brother prepares the bowl. In Vasconcelos, as we all know, very stylish player through the offside, loves the cover drive. He'll just be looking to tick along here. There's certainly no scoreboard pressure as of yet. It's still below 6. So that one's slightly shorter, hammered away behind square on the leg side for 1. I do wonder at which stage as well we might see just a slight change in the gears here for Calvin Harrison. Doesn't usually strike at 52. No, he does enjoy getting an early boundary, doesn't he?
They've bowled well to him. He's not able to get away as yet. The offside now is the short side for Calvin Harrison. At the minute, though, Northamptonshire quite happy to be watchful. Try and set this up. 152 required.
They have got hitters, haven't they, in the middle order? Let's face it, Save Sabe immediately springs to mind. If you can take the shine off the ball, make it a little bit softer, still time for him to come out and make his presence felt. Of course, he'll be coming into this innings with so much extra belief. This time, Taylor comes around the wicket to the right-handed Harrison. Scored 143, didn't he, in the first innings? More than doubled his tally for the entire season. And of course, took a couple of wickets on the 3rd day. You will have seen firsthand, Mr. Jadzovic, what Save Sabe is capable of in the shorter formats as well.
Well, it's a fun opportunity, isn't it, for a batter? It's, of course, by no stretch a free hit. There is a bit of jeopardy involved. But it's a fun opportunity to play an innings that gets spoken about for a long time to come. There's a big opportunity here. You'd still, I mean, you'd have to say that the draw would be the favourite outcome at the moment. Not necessarily favourite in the most enjoyable, but favourite in the most likely.
That one slightly shorter, swiveled away by Harrison. Daz Ahmed does the fielding, cuts it down to 1. So just 2 runs come from the 10th over. Northamptonshire are 40 for 1, still require a further 151 for the victory. Just looking here, it will be Will Williams for his 6th over.
Yeah, you wouldn't take him out the attack at the minute, would you? Going at less than 2.5. Got the captain out. 2 maidens. Calvin Harrison not been able to get hold of Will Williams at all.
Harrison advances a couple of strides outside of the crease. I mean, that's something we saw from Cameron Bancroft, wasn't it? Just trying to make the pitch of the ball. The difference, however, and this is important to note, we've seen it already this season. If that is going to be the MO for Calvin Harrison or Safe Zabe, Nathan McSweeney, whoever in the Northamptonshire batting unit, Bracey is more than comfortable to keep to the stumps against pace. This right here for Harrison, it's a rather offside-heavy field, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they don't want to go too straight at all. You could see that previous shot from Calvin Harrison. He was desperately trying to play it into the leg side. It just swung away from him at the last minute. Made him look a little bit silly, but great delivery from Williams.
Shouts of catch, it just spirals away from the substitute fielder, Luke Charlesworth.
Going leg side again, wasn't he?
Yep.
Really trying to go through mid-wicket. The fielder on the boundary is behind square on the leg side, or was behind square on the leg side for Calvin Harrison. So he's kind of thinking, well, if I can half hit this through the leg side, I'm getting a boundary because nobody's going to cut it off. Gets a bit of fortune.
Yeah, Miles Hammond gets pushed out from backward point to deep backward point as well. Clark at long leg and Daz Ahmed at deep square. Vasconcelos leaves that alone. That one tickled fine down the leg side. Chase on here for Christian Clark. And the ball will reach the deep fine leg boundary. Another quartet of runs to add to the tally. Northamptonshire now 45 for 1.
That's handy, isn't it? It's a bit of a gift from Will Williams. An error, you'd have to say, from the New Zealand international, who's bowled so well in this opening spell, just drifting onto the hip of Ricardo Vasconcelos. And as a lefty, or anybody really, where do you want it? There. Christian Clark's the nearest fielder at long leg. Didn't stand a chance.
Vasconcelos just pushes that one square on the offside for 1. One delivery remains in the over. And already this is a better one, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? 6 from it and that boundary. 0 risk associated with that shot at all. Harrison covers up for the final delivery. End of the over, 11 have gone. Northamptonshire 46 for 1. The requirement 145 to win. Of course, it will be turn for Matt Taylor. Still maintain there is a sense of anticipation, isn't there? And for me, I think the immediate one is Calvin Harrison, striking at 46. Has he got something up his sleeve? Is he thinking of getting to a certain over, maybe seeing off a certain bowler? As Taylor charges in here to Vasconcelos. Swivel pulls that away. It could beat the fielder. It will beat the fielder. It's the team 50 up for Northamptonshire as Vasconcelos moves into the 30s, providing exactly the start that the home side were looking for.
Yep, you're right. And you're right about Calvin Harrison as well. You're thinking sooner rather than later. He's just going to have to go up a gear, isn't he, to try and just keep this going along. They're going at 4.5 and over, which is good, but it's not enough at the minute.
Oh, he's chopped on. Matt Taylor dismisses Ricardo Vasconcelos, who becomes the second batter in the run chase to chop on to their own stumps. And after conceding a boundary, the previous delivery, the Gloucestershire seamer strikes straight back. Northamptonshire 50 for 2 in their chase of 191.
Yeah, just tried to leave it alone, hasn't he? Almost, well, I don't know really what's gone on there, to be honest with you. Tried to leave it alone. Looks like he got beaten for a bit of a lack of pace off the surface and ended up just leaving the bat out there. It did come back a fraction. And it almost just happened in complete slow motion for Ricardo Vasconcelos as he turned around, saw the bails hit the floor and Gloucestershire pick up their second wicket. And it was a dangerous looking Ricardo Vasconcelos as well for 33.
Well, next into bats is Nathan McSweeney, a man who notched up his 3rd century of the season in the first innings, batted magnificently alongside Safe Saib. Someone who on Tuesday against Worcestershire admittedly was a very different format, but started out the gates searingly hot. But that will just put a little bit of a slowing, a stifling on the run rate here for Northamptonshire. Also a welcome wicket for Gloucestershire because Vasconcelos, you could see he was starting to really take the attack, and that's why that was almost such an innocuous dismissal. One where he was caught in 2 minds, didn't quite take the bats out of line in time. Here we go then. The right-handed McSweeney is on strike. Leaves his first one well alone. Well, I must say, Dan, we're set up nicely, aren't we?
We are, yeah. We definitely are. Just one eye on the clock is the bit that needs to be answered, and we will get an indication in the next 4 minutes, won't we, as to how nicely we are set up at 50 for 2. Northamptonshire require 141.
Oh, that is impeccable. Save your legs, Nathan McSweeney. That one hurtles into the advertising hoardings for 4. Could not have played that any better.
Stylish. Stylish from McSweeney. And again, immediately, look, it's brought about a change in the field. That boundary rider is stationed down at deep cover point. There is a result in for Division 2. Middlesex have beaten Worcestershire at New Road.
That one short, hammered down towards long leg for a single. Out of interest, what was the margin?
141 runs.
Wow. I must say, Middlesex needed that. as well. They stagnated a little bit towards the end of that opening block of fixtures. So that is 3 results then in the second division. And then there was one. This game at the Cinch County grounds. I imagine there might be a few Durham fans tuning in as well. I reckon just keeping one eye on how Northamptonshire are getting on here.
Be a few county championship cricket fans in general tuning in. That game at Scarborough starting to look like a bit of a non-event between Yorkshire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire are still 5 down. So not going to be getting too far away before beginning to think about shaking hands. In the game at the Upton Steel Grace Road, Essex require 33 runs to secure victory there with 7 wickets remaining. So you'd think that's almost a formality at this stage as well, wouldn't you? This is the game that's got the jeopardy. This is the one that's got a bit of a drama, a bit of a twist in the final stages here on Monday.
Would we have it any other way? Started off the season with drama, didn't we? In the Lancashire game, George Bartlett. That was a Herculean effort from the former Somerset man to salvage that game. 95 not out. Appeared as though Northamptonshire were long gone in that fixture and it would have been a formality, and yet it wasn't. Will we see something equally special here today? It's that one full, driven only as far as mid-on.
McSweeney's in the mood, isn't he? He's come out of the blocks, racing away. Some stylish cricket shots, timing the ball really nicely. I did wonder whether we might have seen Safe come down the steps just to keep that left-hand, right-hand partnership going in the middle. I know that is very T20 mindset, but it did cross my mind for a second.
Definitely played by McSweeney. I think it boils down to what we touched upon before, though. With Safe, if you can get it in a little bit later with the ball slightly softer, it's just one less variable to think about, isn't it? Because we all know what Safe is capable of. I mean, he is an insanely talented cricketer. And I don't use that word in hyperbole. I really do mean that. Some of the shots that I've seen Safe play, they do defy belief. So this time it's Harrison on strike. But this will be tough. This will be tough. Still 135. That is the requirement for Northamptonshire. I still imagine the mood in the dressing room will be positive. Darren Lehman as a head coach, he'll want his boys to fight until the very end. And as for Gloucestershire, regardless of the end result, they should leave here with their heads held very high. The position they found themselves in, 221 for 7. That stumps on day 3 with a slender lead. Appeared as though it would have been a formality today. And it has been anything but. They have shown all the fight, the steel, the heart, the determination that their supporters expect from a county with their pedigree and history. End of the 13th over. Northamptonshire 56 for 2. They require 135. We spoke about that pedigree yesterday as well. Gloucestershire first competed in the inaugural county championship all the way back in 1890. Northamptonshire 15 years later in 1905. That is when they made their bow. Some iconic individuals have represented these two counties over the years, over the decades, and will continue to do so for many years to come. As Taylor falls here to McSweeney, plays that to Short mid-wicket for 1.
Feels like the pressure might be starting to build on Harrison. Just looking to try and do a little bit different, try and create some shots. Striking at 40, which is okay. He's had Vasconcelos, and now he's got McSweeney at the other end going at 100, so doesn't necessarily need to blink, and he's definitely got the power and the prowess to catch up.
That's been the issue, though, hasn't it? Every time that he's looked to find a release, there's been a fielder. It's excellent field placement, by the way, from both captain and bowler. But whereas we've seen the likes of McSweeney, he's 7 from 7, but he's found the gaps. He's picked his spots and he's successfully found them. Harrison so far, yes, he has defended quite a few, but when he's tried to get off strike, when he's tried to get those additional runs, they've found a fielder at points or at short cover, or that one at short mid-wicket. So he just needs a little release here, just needs something. As I think we'll just have a slight delay here. I think the pitch might just need a little bit of TLC.
I think he might be right. A couple of little updates. Warwickshire have lost another wicket at Scarborough, 266 for 6, which you can imagine in that game. It's a great picture. It's one of those classic championship end of day 4 pictures with batters surrounded by every possible fielder you could wish to think of. 266 for 6. So there's a minimum of 18.4 overs remaining in the day at Scarborough, with Yorkshire chasing a victory. We've obviously got our game here, and the other game currently going on and active, Essex versus Leicestershire. Paul Walter has just brought up his 100. They require a further 20 runs against Leicestershire, with Paul Walter and Matt Critchley in the middle.
Well, that'd be huge, wouldn't it, for Essex? It'd be a victory which would put them at the top of the table in the top flight. Of course, it's been a few years now since Essex actually lifted the county championship trophy. 2019 is when they last won the championship. Of course, won the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, so have won a first-class competition since. They are always such a dangerous team, though. Always, especially in this era of like Jamie Porter, Sam Cook, Simon Harmer. Of course, the addition of Matt Critchley, who used to ply his trade in the 2nd division for Derbyshire. Yeah, it's staggering. Staggering how close things are in Division 1. Here's Taylor then to Harrison. Miles Hammonds. Just increasing the frustration here for the former Nottinghamshire and Hampshire man.
Yeah, it's dropped down now. Look, let's not get fixated on strike rates, but it has dropped down now for Calvin Harrison to just around 38. He will have one eye on the scoreboard, I'm sure. And the run rate required for Northamptonshire has ticked up to 6. But still plenty of time left for both of these counties. 8 wickets for Gloucestershire, 134 runs required for Northamptonshire, and Calvin Harrison scans the field, trying to find where his next run's going to come from.
It's a dangerous place to be in, though, isn't it? When you're almost having to constantly scan, where am I going to find my runs? Not, this is where I'm going to get my runs, and I'm confident, I'm assured, I back my ability. Suddenly just looking to see if there is a gap, and suddenly the fielders appear a little bit closer.
Yeah, if they can do it here, I'm sure Gloucestershire would absolutely love to give Calvin Harrison a single. Doesn't time it through the offside, does get the single, so the pressure on Harrison will continue. McSweeney, who's striking the ball nicely, will be at the non-striker's end. It's 57 for 2 after 14 overs. Target of 191, of course, if you're just joining us. Finishing your day's work. Finishing your viewings of maybe your home counties. Will Williams, with a mammoth spell to start this innings, continues from the David Capel end. This will be his 8th over. 1 for 19 so far. Got the initial breakthrough. Remove Luke Proctor for a low score. Just chopping on. Calvin Harrison, right-handed. Just tries to have offended it. And you can just sense a nervous energy in the middle with Calvin Harrison at the minute. Can he just start to rotate the strike with Nathan McSweeney and build the confidence up that way round? Can he find the single? He can't through the leg side. Straight at that fielder, Cameron Bancroft at short mid-wicket. Something's building here, Aaron. Something's going to give.
It is, definitely. It has to. The fact is that strike rate has continued to drop and he's just eating up deliveries here. This is not Calvin Harrison's style of play at all. Needs to find at least a single from somewhere.
Can't get it. Tries to find the gap. Can't get it past Cameron Bancroft. We know he can catch up. We know he can catch up. He had those moments for the Steelbacks where a little bit of a rebuild was required. Managed to do so and then accelerated. That game at Worcestershire in particular stands out when he and Justin Broad just had to have a little bit of a calming moment and then accelerated. Again, that man, Cameron Bancroft.
Well, this might help him. It might help him here just because they've moved the fielder out to deep mid-wicket.
Not with the control and the skill that Will Williams has got today. He's putting the ball on a sixpence. Is the experienced New Zealand overseas here for Gloucestershire. He knows exactly where he's landing it. He knows exactly what the ball's going to do off the surface. And he is making Calvin Harrison's life incredibly difficult at the moment. 58 for 2 as we get towards the end of the 15th over. And again, the field spreads on the leg side. So I think they're going to be quite happy to keep bowling at Calvin Harrison at the minute. Down the ground. They're going to look for 2 at least. Great shot, stylish shot. You'd hope from a Northamptonshire perspective that that'll encourage Calvin Harrison a fraction. End of the over, is it? I believe it is. 60 for 2.
If anything, that might just galvanise Calvin Harrison, though. Just the fact that Gloucestershire almost just sent out a message there that, look, we're happy for you to be on strike, pal. It's equally important as well for Nathan McSweeney here, just to keep going about his game in a natural way. The fact is, in the modern game, 6.2 runs per over is certainly not out of the equation, but you don't want it to start climbing to 6.5, 7, 7.5. You want it to be manageable. You don't want it to get to too high of a figure.
Yeah, McSweeney back on strike. He's almost got to start again. It's been such a long time since he last faced a delivery. Gets off the mark, gets down the other end. Back over to Calvin Harrison. 16 off 43. I think the other thing that's tricky here is it's a case of going through gears, isn't it? but potentially you end up needing to skip some. And that's when things start getting a little bit more complicated. There are some gaps out there on the outfield. Does go through the offside and takes the single, much to the relief, I'm sure, of the leg spinning all-rounder. Moves to 17, 62 for 2. 129 required for Northamptonshire, a minimum of 20.4 overs remaining. Very challenging spell from Matt Taylor. Going at 4.3 and over. A lot of that damage would have been done off the bat of Vasconcelos, though.
It will. Something else just to be aware of course. Someone is going to have to replace Will Williams. So even though the New Zealander has bowled terrifically well, 1 for 21 from his 8 overs, you're going to have to find another bowler from somewhere. You can't afford to make him too fatigued.
No, do you start thinking about matchups? Or is it as obvious and as simple as Christian Clark gets a change of ends? Do you bring Daz Ahmed into the attack from the David Capel end? Picks up the wicket, a safe save, but pretty green in the world of first-class cricket at the moment, Daz Ahmed. Do you go Graham Van Buren? Do you see a GVB versus Harrison matchup as a beneficial thing for Gloucestershire?
Maybe, but it would be difficult from the David Capel end, just with a shorter boundary. I think that'd be the key against 2 right-handers because, let's face it, both can slog sweep. There's zero doubt about that. Of course, if you drag one down, then it's an easy pull shot for 6. Both of these guys very, very powerful.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. Slightly, it's not. It's going to be a dot ball. End of the over. McSweeney tucks underneath it. Good over again for Matt Taylor. 62 for 2 for Northamptonshire. 20 overs, a minimum of 20 overs remaining in the day's play. 5:15. Monday afternoon. Finishing work. Get back, turn the telly on. Steelbacks TV. I think there's some football tournament going on somewhere, Aaron, and I don't know why you'd want to be watching that when you can be watching county championship cricket here at the Cinch County Ground.
I was going to say, you can catch up on those highlights later.
Yeah, it's fine.
This takes priority.
They're not important. Not important. But they're not going to have to find a replacement for Will Williams yet. He's going to start his 9th over. Calvin Harrison sneaks and steals the single down the grounds. Good run. That rate has climbed to 6.5. Not out of the woods yet, not out of sight. But it has grown quite quickly over the last 3, 4, or 5 overs.
And that just shifts the pressure, doesn't it, onto the batting team, because suddenly you've got to try and force something once it starts approaching 7. Almost feels as though you're letting it slip a little bit.
Yeah, how far are Northamptonshire prepared to let it go before they try something else? try and put their foot down. They've still got an option and ability to do so. I don't see them shutting up shop just yet. But sooner rather than later, one of these two in the middle just going to have to try something a little bit different. I suspect they're probably desperate to see the back of Will Williams into his 9th over. I mean, how many can he bowl?
Yeah, that's the next big question, isn't it? Because if you're going to just try and see him out for what would be a 10th over, yet again, that run rate continues to climb. I mean, surely if Northamptonshire are to go for this, this will be the last over of this approach.
You would think so. It's not quite running out of time. But it's getting closer towards it. You can really see the field start to spread now as well, can't you? The leg side, all of those fielders are out on that boundary rope. Williams to Harrison. Just drop it into the leg side for that single to Cameron Bancroft to end the over. So just 3 runs off it. 65 for 2, Northamptonshire. 19 overs remain. There is 126 runs to win, which is 6.6 runs per over. The face, the expression you just gave me, Aaron, you haven't filled me full of excitement.
It's not that. It's just, I think this has to be the over. I think this has to be the over with Matt Taylor, and that is a lot easier said than done. And he's bowled really well throughout this game. Of course, got that wicket, the latest one in this run chase, that of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who probably on another day could have got 50 plus and we could be having a different conversation, but it's just felt a little bit passive for my liking, especially given the identity of this team. This is a team who like taking the attack to the opposition.
There is the shot down the ground. As if by magic and on cue, Calvin Harrison, with a little bit of bottom hand involved, strokes Matt Taylor back past him down the ground for 4. Harrison moves to 23. 122 required.
Well, that'll certainly help. I still think in this over they need at least one more. At least one more. Taylor goes too straight. There is the option over mid-wicket.
Does go straight. Gets worked down to deep square for the single. So 5 off the first 2. Over to Nathan McSweeney, who started very well, didn't he? 7 off 7, McSweeney, at the start of his innings, and he has been pegged back. 9 off 16 now. Long leg side boundary for the right-handed Australian. Can't get it past. The fielder stationed at mid-wicket. You think Northamptonshire are going to have a real good look at this. And it certainly just feels as though it's getting to the stage where they're going to have to really slip a gear here. Required run rate's up at 6.5. Started at 5.5, just under. That will be the 6 off the over with a couple of deliveries to go. How are those in the live stream seeing it at the minute? Aaron, any thoughts that are being shared? Any game plans, any tactics that should be being employed by either county? Nicely played, nicely timed, but will just be one.
Well, one which stood out to me immediately was that of Brian, who I think is actually in the ground today, I think. And it does just feel, certainly with Will Williams from the David Capel ends, as though Northants are just waiting for the change of bowler. They're waiting to see who it is. But of course, once you get into that mindset, that psyche, that mentality, you're already a few overs down. And I mean, Williams has gone at 2.7. So it's a dangerous place to be in, especially if he does bowl a 10th. If he bowls a 10th, they've got to go after him. They've got to go.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think I can see Daz Ahmed starting to limber up. He's just got himself off the field for a moment. Short ball, helped on his way, just over Bracey and 4. Handy, handy runs and a really helpful way to end the over for Nathan McSweeney and Northamptonshire. For a second, I thought James Bracey was in business. Just had enough to get over him. 76 for 2 after 7, 18. It's 115 runs required for Northamptonshire. And a message from Harry Everett just to back up your point. Just saying that those last few quality overs from Gloucestershire, i.e. Will Williams, just puts the draw back in the main point as he does continue to start his 10th over. Calvin Harrison, is this the time to take on the New Zealander? Does go after him, thick outside edge. Comfortable single in the end, but a sign of aggression, trying to take Will Williams back over the top and down the ground. If he can get it over the infield, if he times it well enough, he'll pick up 4.
Yep. Needs to back himself, though. That's the key. If you're going to go for the shot, fully commit to it.
Well run. Splits those two fielders nicely. I think that's the other thing as well, is Northamptonshire absorbed a lot of dot balls. They weren't able to rotate the strike. They weren't able to just tick it along. Calvin Harrison in particular, I mean, was striking the ball nicely, wasn't he? Just hitting the ball straight to those fielders, and there weren't too many of them around for him to pick out in close proximity. 78 for 2. Williams just drags the length back a touch.
Still some big hitters to come as well. I think Safe Zabe, he'll be the main one for me.
Yeah, Justin Broad, I think, will be in that conversation too. And I wonder as well whether at that stage we would start to see a little bit of a reshuffle of the batting order. Justin Broad for the Steelbacks, been batting in the middle order, whereas James Sales, who's done so brilliantly well in the championship, is batting at number 9. Could you think about switching those two around? George Bartlett's a very, very stylish shot maker.
Here's a wild card. How about a bit of Liam Guthrie?
Hey. Just as a bit of a free hit, bit of a pinch hitter.
Pinch hitter, exactly.
It's a school of thought. I'll subscribe to it. Don't think we will, but I like the way your brain worked, Mr. Viles. Good over again from Will Williams. Just 2 singles conceded off those opening 2 deliveries.
I've just seen below us as well, here in the commentary box, Christian Clark is really warming up. So if it's Taylor and Clark, again, that is going to be very difficult.
It's the thing is, that short side of the ground is the anomaly this week, isn't it? Nicely played by Calvin Harrison. Look for two. They should get it. Very, very well run by Nathan McSweeney. He's lightning fast, completes the seconds, and the score moves up to 80. We've seen a couple of overs in the game so far. The one that stands out this morning from Liam Guthrie with that second new ball that went for about 16 from James Bracey, targeting that short, what was offside for him. It's just an anomaly this week that there is a possibility for an over to go for double digits and a couple to go for double digits, depending on the matchups and the batter there at that particular moment, whether it's offside or leg side. And it's not just a short side, is it? There's a shorter pocket to that short side, as well as the boundary rope just cuts in towards the Spencer Lounge and where the members are here at the Cinch County grounds. And you'd be looking to almost miss-hit sixes down towards that area of the ground, towards the coffee van. Taylor on the money. McSweeney, stylish in defence, solid in defence. I think we've got another result in. Essex have beaten Leicestershire at Grace Road. Warwickshire have lost another wicket. 288 for 7 with a minimum of 11.5 overs remaining. So just 2 games going here on Monday evening. Great to have you along and great to have your company if you've chosen Northamptonshire versus Gloucestershire as your preferred county championship fixture.
Well, nearly 2,000 watching along on the live stream. Great to have your company for the conclusion of this game.
It is indeed. It will just be a single. As Matt Taylor's spell continues very well. 28 runs from, or 27 runs from the 5.5 overs. Northamptonshire require 110. 99 legal deliveries to go. If that's your method of how you'd like to tick off a run chase, 110 off 99 is the equation for Northamptonshire. Oh, it's kept low. Calvin Harrison has just squeezed the bat down on that one, but that has kept low from Taylor. I think we are going to see a change. New Zealander for New Zealander, the David Capel end. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28 for Will Williams. Christian Clark certainly giving the impression that he's coming back into the attack. Significant change in field. Here is Gloucestershire strengthen that leg side, the long leg side. 3 men on the rope. And a very sharp single is taken. Can't afford the dot balls, can they, Northamptonshire?
They can't, but when you look at the equation, 109 from 97. Certainly not out of reach, is it?
Not at all. You'd say it's very achievable. The difficulty is the field placements. They desperately need to make sure that they can keep it in and around 6. Because if they can keep it in and around 6, that takes away the opportunity for Gloucestershire to spread the field. So that's something that they desperately will need to make sure they can do, as it just creeps up to 6.8. You don't want to give Cameron Bancroft and Gloucestershire an opportunity to have 8 or 9 boundary riders just happy to concede singles. 109 required from 96 deliveries at the end of the 20th over.
Yeah, so just looking here, as expected, it will be a return for Christian Clark. A change of ends for the New Zealander. So he will be the man to bowl this 21st over. 16 overs remain. So we are into the final hour then. What will it have in store for us? Harrison unbeaten on 29. McSweeney alongside him on 16. It's a 5-4 field in favour of the offside. That one full shouts of catch it. Put down by the fielder, diving at backward points. Jack Taylor just wrings his hands in a little bit of pain. Harrison survives. Now 108 to win. McSweeney just eyeing up the shorter boundary. Instead decides to drive it down the ground for no run. One big over would change this very, very quickly for Northamptonshire. It's that one full, driven behind points. It'll be at least 2 and will remain 2. Daz Ahmed fields smartly down on the boundary rope. Sweeney and Harrison scamper to the respective ends. Another single. Just keeping that scoreboard ticking along, not motoring by any stretch. Just eking away, run by run for the time being. Harrison this one. Cracked. 3 point for 1. One delivery remaining in the over. Pretty tidy one this. For Christian Clark. Has gone for just 5. It's the required run rate. Begins to creep towards 7 per over. Can he finish off well? Yes, he can. Dot ball to finish the 21st. 15 overs remain, not only in the day's play, but in this fixture as a whole. Northamptonshire at 87 for 2. The requirement's 104.
Just continues to build, doesn't it? A fraction, just shy of 7s now for Northamptonshire. It looks like we're going to get a double switch as well.
Well, this will be interesting, won't it? Daz Ahmed, as we know, can be a very dangerous wicket taker. Got the huge wicket of Save Zabe in the first innings to claim his first in the format for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. He is inexperienced, though. It's his first starts in first 11 cricket for the 2026 season. Imagine he'll be looking to just hang it outside the off stump. No, not much protection at all, really, on the leg side.
Yeah, I suspect that this would be the bowler that Northamptonshire will have identified to target. Try and prey on that inexperience.
Well, here he is to Harrison. Harrison just turns that one behind square for 1.
Big opportunity for him, though.
big opportunity.
In the side, there's a few players missing, aren't there, this week for Gloucestershire? I thought he bowled well in the first innings, did pick up the wicket, and I thought he batted very nicely in the second. He's got a massive opportunity to go and stake a claim to be a bigger part of this first-class side for Gloucestershire for the remainder of the season and beyond.
Here he is again against McSweeney this time. Slightly uppish in the air. You can hear there the shout for 2 straight away. They're going to run this one hard, and it will be 2. Despite the efforts of Joe Phillips trying to cut it off.
Yeah, it was slightly mistimed by McSweeney, wasn't it? Which I think probably gave him the opportunity to come back for the second. Any better connection, Phillips would have got to the ball quicker, or the ball would have got to Phillips quicker.
Yep, 3 runs to start the over, though. Not bad at all for McSweeney and Harrison. 3 low-risk runs as well. Here's ball number 3. That'll be a dot. Changing the field as well as Joe Phillips goes to deep square instead of deep backward square. So a little bit more of a gap out towards deep backward square. Long leg is in play. Christian Clark has actually been moved now to long on. So just an extra degree of protection on the leg side. Is that one a well-directed short ball by Ahmed? Could see McSweeney advancing down a couple of steps. .101. That's the target. The requirement. Northampton still 2 wickets down. Plenty of batting still to come. Of course, we are into the final hour of the game. It's McSweeney, that's edged and taken brilliantly by James Bracey. How many times have we said that over the course of this man's career? One Bristolian bowls, the other one catches it with the gloves, and Northamptonshire are now 3 wickets down. The home side, 90 for 3. Still require 101 runs for the victory.
Brilliant work. You could see the reaction from Bracey, just how much that moment meant to him. Absolutely superb. Good by Daz Ahmed, and a very, very good catch. Very low to the grass, and a big wicket, a huge wicket of Nathan McSweeney. 21 off 31. Northamptonshire is still required just over 100 in this run chase here on day 4 at the Cinch County ground. So it's Calvin Harrison and Saif Zaib to take on the responsibility.
What a catch that is. My word, looks even better in slow-mo. Well, this for me is the key for Northamptonshire. Saif Zaib. He strides out into the middle with confidence. He strides out into the middle looking like someone who knows he has got a pivotal role to play in this run chase. He scored a masterful 143 in the first innings, more than doubled his season tally as a result. And here he is on his 200th appearance across all formats for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, with a chance to pull off something special. He'll be batting alongside Calvin Harrison. Still got the likes of Bartlett and Broad. Potentially some latter order fireworks from Liam Guthrie. As we said, we are in for a stormer at the Cinch County ground. James Bracey, what a game he's had. Splendid effort with the bats and so tidy with the gloves. Here's Saif Zaib then. His first delivery will be a dot ball. Rounds out the over. So 3 runs came from the first 2 deliveries. 0 runs and a wicket came from the following 4. 22 overs have been bowled, 14 remain in this Rothesay County Championship encounter between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. The home side are 90 for 3, require 101 for the win.
Oh, it's tense, isn't it? It's tense here on the final day of the championship. That run rate required now 7.2. Brilliant start from Daz Ahmed. Just 3 runs. I'm sure he would have been a bowler at Northamptonshire. We're thinking about targeting.
Well, Clark now, that comes off the edge. That's racing away for 4. I can tell you that for certainty. Whistled off the surface. Welcome runs for Harrison. Welcome runs for Northamptonshire.
Handy. Very, very handy. Kept a little bit low. Started to see a few of those in this final session. Christian Clark, strike bowler.
Here's take 2 then. Harrison assertively flicks that off the hip down to Tommy Borman for 1. Ideal start that though for Northamptonshire. 5 from the first 2.
Yeah, it's such a limited overs run chase kind of feel about it, isn't it? This final day. You get the boundary off the first ball of the over and it takes so much pressure off for the remainder of it. Already 5 off those opening 2 deliveries. They just need to go at 7, so another couple of singles here. Give Safe Zabe an opportunity just to get in a short while as he gets 1, gets off the mark. He's not going to have huge amounts of time, is he, to get in and start getting the pace of the pitch? But he has got an opportunity just to have a look at a handful. And that responsibility for Harrison as well, just to take the pressure off the new man and give him that extra opportunity to get the timing without feeling like he needs to go too early.
It's Harrison, that one full-blooded, beats the effort of the fielder, racing away through the covers. Daz Ahmed will do the fielding, should be 3 though. And indeed it will. Calvin Harrison jogs back comfortably for the 3rd.
Very good shot, very good over here for Northamptonshire as well. Longest pocket of the ground, wasn't it? That deep cover boundary for Calvin Harrison.
Zabe there, just losing a little bit of his shape.
Yeah, he just lost his balance there a little bit, didn't he? Almost looked like his kind of bottom hand took over that shot.
Slight alteration here. Daz Ahmed was at deep forward square. He's now gone to deep square. So that was up in the air, but there's no fielder out there. Just be a single down to backward square leg. And that is the team 100 up for Northamptonshire. Tudor Rose are 100 for 3. They require 91 for the win. 78 deliveries remain. Unsurprisingly, it will be a return for Daz Ahmed. Successful in his first over. Got a big wicket of McSweeney. Bowling now to Safe Zabe. Zabe goes expansive, clobbers that down the ground. A tremendous shot from Safe Zabe for 4. All muscle, all power, very effective.
Very effective. Well, he's not going to give himself many then to have a look at, is he? takes Des Ahmed down the ground. It wasn't really a half volley. It's a dangerous cricket shot, isn't it, for the modern day cricketer? It was on a good length and he's just biffed him back over his head for 4. Pressure back on Gloucestershire. 87 required from 77.
Well, if there was to be one player who could swing the momentum of this game violently, it would be Safe Sabe. It's that one Fuller just leans into it through the offside with a single out to Joe Phillips.
Yeah, you can see the power in Safe Sabe's stance, can't you? It's a T20 style stance. The wrists are cocked. The bat is pointing directly up to the sky. There is a lot of power in that batting pose of Safe Sabe.
Just a push and run on the offside for Calvin Harrison.
It's what we didn't get with the Harrison-McSweeney partnership. We got a left-hand, right-hand combination as well. It's going to put a bit of pressure and a bit of extra thought in the minds of the bowlers. The lines are going to have to change. We've got that height difference that we've spoken about as well.
He's made a little bit of room for himself there, did Safe Sabe, trying to play the late cut.
That doesn't really need to start looking for the boundary again, does he? He did the damage off the first ball of the over.
Swing at that one. Another dot ball. That required rate, exactly 7. And Miles Hammond, who was at backward point, now push back onto the boundary. So deep third, deep backward point, deep cover point are in play here, along with deep square leg and long leg. Plenty of protection should Safe go for the aerial option. And he does, he goes for the proactive one. Dances down the track, doesn't get any connection on the bats. And that will be a dot ball to round out the 24th over. 12 remain. Northamptonshire 106 for 3. Require 85 to win from the remaining 72 deliveries.
Tense. Tense. I'd love to hear the thoughts of you watching at home if we were to put a poll out now with a Northamptonshire, Gloucestershire or draw percentage of a response would we get back from those 3 options? Where would you put those for yourself? As if you gave me a percentage for those 3 outcomes at this stage of the game.
Oh, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Maybe 40, 30, 30. Just because wickets could also change this very quickly. I think Northamptonshire slightly ahead right now, though, as Christian Clark bowls to Calvin Harrison. Plays that one adeptly. This should be 2 down towards Will Williams, who's chasing after that at deep backward point. It's been a phenomenal game, though. Really has been. Great to see so many of you tuning in as well. Over 2,000 now on the YouTube live stream. Real pleasure, a privilege for us two to be here, providing you all of the action. And what has been incredibly hard-fought battle between these two teams. And now there is more protection down at deep backward point. Williams goes finer at deep third. What does Harrison do? Cracks it through the covers for what will be 2. Safe save set off immediately, put Daz Ahmed under pressure. And the pressure tells. 2 more runs for the home side as the run rate now dips below 7.
Yeah, and the intention's clear, isn't it? The intention is clear for Northamptonshire. They're just going to change that field as well. Daz Ahmed's going to come in off the rope, put himself into the infield. Wasn't an expensive over, was it, the over before? But that final delivery, that final attempted shot by Safe Save spoke volumes, really, for the intent that they want to take against Daz Ahmed.
Made a lovely noise, didn't it, off the bat, down towards deep point, and it's 2 more. Now, this is also something which in recent overs has changed. Intensity between the wickets. Boundaries are all well and good, but you look at this, that's 6 from 3. All on the ground, 0 risk, plenty of reward.
I think, to be fair, those 3 deliveries in particular have got themselves into gaps where 2s were available. Certainly the Daz Ahmed one was a lot down to the pressure that Safe Save put the fielder under, but the other 2 were into gaps where 2s were pretty straightforward. Calvin Harrison, as you'd expect, the longer you spend in the middle, the easier it starts to get. Just starting to get into the groove, isn't he? Find the timing. That run, or the strike rate for Harrison at a point was 35. It's up to 71.2 now.
That'll be another single. No, that's a really good point, Dan. In fact, he's doubled it, hasn't he? It was 35.7. It's now 71.6. So he was patient. I think that's the way we'd describe it. Maybe at times even he would have been a little bit frustrated, given how many times he was finding the fielders, especially in the covers and at mid-wicket. But now you can sense they are shifting through the gears. And this will be a pretty stern task for the likes of Clark, for Daz Ahmed, Matt Taylor as well. I don't imagine we'll see any spin. Certainly not with that shorter boundary, and certainly not with Safe Save at the crease. Proper spread field though now. Plenty of men on the boundary. Save just rides the bounce on that one. Protection down there towards the Jackson Grundy. They're trying to turn this into a 2, and a 2 it shall be.
Very quick, isn't he? In and out of the blocks for the second, lightning fast. Just using the pace of Clark. And that's what they've done well, where they've not let that run rate climb up to 8s or 9s. They don't necessarily have to hit the boundaries. They do have to run well.
Oh, goes for the uppercut. Dot ball to finish. Good over for Northamptonshire. Goes for 9. The home side 115 for 3. Requires 76 from 66 deliveries.
.76 off 10. What a thrilling finish we've got in store for us in Northampton. Northamptonshire playing host to Gloucestershire in a game that has kept us captivated through the 4 days up till now. It's been building to this point. It's been bubbling. There are a few eyebrows raised when Northamptonshire enforced the follow-on. Got themselves to this position. 10 overs to go. Nicely gapped into the leg side. They should look for a second. They're going to settle on 1. Phillips does really well off the rope. Over to Safe Save, the left-hander. As we see so often in white ball cricket, that left-hand, right-hand combination, the partnership in the middle, can play havoc on bowlers' plans, field placements, ground dimensions. Zabe 9 off 11. Takes the sensible and cautious approach. We get towards 6 p.m. The final moments of County Championship fixture. 6.9 runs per over required. Shot ball muscled away. It's 4 for Calvin Harrison. He was waiting for that. He's pounced on the drag down from Daz Ahmed, and he's brought up his 50 as well with a glorious shot through the leg sides. The celebrations you'd expect are muted because there is a lot of work to be done here for Northamptonshire. Yes, it's a wonderful personal milestone for Calvin Harrison, but he knows the job's not done. 70 now required for Northamptonshire, but that pull shot was commanding. Slower ball from Ahmed, a change of pace. 6 runs off the first 4 balls of the over. Encouragement being offered from the Gloucestershire 11 in the middle to their young seamer. Got the big wicket of Nathan McSweeney. He's got Christian Clark with him on his shoulder. $121 for 3. Well bowled. That's Ahmed. Harrison can't find the gap in the leg side. 2 dot balls in a row here for Ahmed. Can he get out of the over well? Can he keep that run rate around 7 for Gloucestershire? Offside, and it is a dot ball. Good end to the over for Gloucestershire and Daz Ahmed. 6 runs from it and 3 dot balls to end as we tick just past 6 o'clock. And it's exactly 70 required off the final 10 overs. This county championship fixture. Tense.
It's very tense. It's incredibly tense. But then again, don't we want it to be? It's a testament to the quality of what has been a really, really good game.
Yeah. Well, there's an answer to a question that we thought we'd already answered, Aaron. We are going to see spin in the fixture. Graham Van Buren comes into the attack. Same Zabe in the middle. Excellent player of spin bowling. If Graham Van Buren's about to have a spell here, I would be ensuring that Justin Broad is padded up and ready to go to come in next for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. An absolute superb sweeper of a cricket ball. We've got Save Zabe and Calvin Harrison in the middle. Short offside for the powerful left-hander. As Van Buren comes into the attack, he gets a top edge and it falls safe into the offside. It'll take a little bit of a breather as the heart rate settles. Over to Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, it was just spliced away, wasn't it, really, by Safe Zabe. Not really in full control. You could see what he's trying to do, because had he have got it beyond Jack Taylor, Could have been 4 down towards the Jackson Grundy stand.
Dragged down again. Width on offer. Chance at the non-strikers. A brilliant bit of fielding. Great single taken by Northamptonshire, but it was exceptionally close. And very, very good work to put Calvin Harrison under pressure. Beautifully played. I think that's going to be 4. It is. Gloriously timed through the offside by Safe Zabe. Northamptonshire have been working on those practice pitches over the winter. And it's just picked up a bit of pace on that hard part of the ground. And 4 runs. 6 runs off the opening half of the over for Van Buren. Swept down the leg side. Smart work by Bracey. Big appeal, and not best pleased with the decision from the umpire at square leg, I think would be fair to say.
Yeah, I'd be interested to actually see a replay of that, because James Bracey was adamant, wasn't he? He'd pulled off the stumping. Looking at that from first glance.
And unless the back foot was already out of the crease, I don't think it moved afterwards. Zabe advances, takes the single down the ground.
No, I think his foot's in the crease there. Smart glove work, wasn't it, from James Bracey, but
Very tidy.
yeah, just from our view here, appears to be the right decision.
Final ball of the over then. Width on offer and a single taken into the offside. 8 runs off the over. 62 required from 9 for Northamptonshire. Have your percentages changed?
A little bit. Increased in Northamptonshire's favour. And I think from here, they've just got to go for it, haven't they? 9 overs remaining. In for a nerve-wracking finish.
Yep. They've worked themselves into a position to be able to have a really good go at this, haven't they? As Daz Ahmed gets taken out of the attack and the experienced and international overseas Christian Clark returns. But they've created the opportunity to go for it. They've also then got the wickets in hand to, if things don't quite work out, it's not exactly a catastrophe if it gets to a point where things need to be dug in and thought about. But I do think it's at that stage of the game now that middle and lower middle order for Northamptonshire does just need a little bit of a reshuffle. I think I'd be doing everything I could, if possible, to try and keep a left and right hand combination in the middle. I think I'd be potentially looking at things like matchups, and if a spinner's going to be bowling, who in the lineup to come is going to be the better player of spin. Christian Clark from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Calvin Harrison, he's the man on strike. 55 not out of 74 deliveries. Northamptonshire needs 62 from 9 overs. On the leg side, and it is called wide from the standing umpire, which will be handy and helpful for Northamptonshire. The umpire will just have a conversation with bowler and Cameron Bancroft. You can see the tactic, can't you? Clark is trying to bowl into the hip of Calvin Harrison with protection on the leg side. There's a fielder at fine leg, deep backward square. Fielder just in front of square on the leg side and a deep mid wicket. So he's trying to get it into the hip. But you also can't just hide the ball down the leg side, can you? You can't bowl negatively. Not that that's what I'm accusing Christian Clark and Gloucestershire of, but that's the fine balance between bowling into the hip and sliding it down the leg side. Short ball up in the air, and it's gone all the way for 6. What a monstrous shot that is by Calvin Harrison. That's the danger and the risk of that plan. It's been helped on its way with some muscle from the South African all-rounder. Monstrous 6, and it's been called one for the over as well.
What a shot that is. At this stage of the run chase, that is marvellous from Calvin Harrison. You could hear the roar as well, couldn't you, from the Northamptonshire supporters right here at the Cinch County ground.
Goes again. Does he get it past the fielder? He does. Gone all the way for 6, as signalled by the photographer. Back-to-back 6s for Harrison. Partnership of 52. And I feel as though it might need to be a little bit of a change in the plan here for Gloucestershire. This over begins to get away from them. 3 deliveries bowled in it, and I think we are going to get a change of angle at least from Christian Clark.
Well, that isn't the only thing that'll change. The fact is that fielder at deep fine leg is nowhere near fine enough for that tactic. He needs to take a good few steps to his right. If you're going to bowl it down the leg side that many times, he's in completely the wrong place. See, I'm not entirely sure what the logic behind that was. The fact is Calvin Harrison is very good on that shot. He's happy to take on the short ball. And the field wasn't correct for the tactic. So, I mean, that right there, 12 easy runs for a man of Harrison's power. Completely changed the dynamic. It's now less than 6 and over.
Oh, 15 if you include the wide off the first ball as well. Slower ball over Cameron Bancroft. It's going to be another boundary for Calvin Harrison. 4 this time. He's waiting on the back foot. He knows what Christian Clark's going to be bowling. And he's dispatching the New Zealand's overseas. 71 off 79 now. I reminded you a moment ago, Calvin Harrison's strike rate earlier on in this innings was 35. It's now nearly 90. Goes again. I think it's another boundary. It is just inside the rope. A huge over for Northamptonshire. It brings up the 150. Calvin Harrison putting his foot down, stepping on the gas. And it's 41 runs required. Huge in the run chase.
It is huge. And I've got to be honest, that is quite self-inflicted from Gloucestershire. Fair play, though, to Calvin Harrison. I mean, he's almost tripled his strike rate from earlier. We did say he might have just been looking to take the shine off the ball, make it easier for himself and, of course, the middle order batters to have a go later on. But that over has swung the pendulum violently. The required run rate, 5.1.
Yeah, that's come down very quickly. Van Buren continues. Zaid through the offside. That's going to arc away nicely, and it's another boundary. Cover was wide open, and with the spin, it was always drifting away from that man, Christian Clark. It's a funny old game, isn't it, when the ball just follows you around. He's just bowled one of the most expensive overs of his career, and he's asked to field that straight away. 4 off the first. Swept and helped on his way. I think Zaid might have got a little tickle on it. Oh, it's going to be 4 either way. It's going to be 4 byes. It's missed everything. Northamptonshire won't care. It's 4 more off the tally. And it's 33 to win now, or 46 deliveries.
Suddenly, that sounds incredibly gettable, doesn't it, Dan?
Oh, it starts to sound quite sociable, doesn't it? Van Buren, can he reply? Single taken. Going to be a shy at the non-strikers, and they're going to look for 2. They are indeed. Overthrows. Another couple of runs. Another couple ticked off.
You can hear these supporters as well, can't you? They believe. They know that this is well and truly on.
So he uses his feet. There's going to be a chance at the non-striker's end. It would have been close with a direct hit, but back to the angles. fact that he'd shimmied down to Van Buren gave him a little bit of a head start on Miles Hammond anyway. He does get through. Another single. 161 for 3. 30 required. Short leg side for Harrison if he wants it. And respectfully drops it into the offside for a single. And they've earned the right to be able to do that now, haven't they? They don't need the big over. They don't need to necessarily keep going. I wouldn't necessarily mind it. One of the two of them to keep the tempo up. Down the leg side, and Zabe can't connect. End of the over. A quick one from Van Buren, but an expensive one. 162 for 3. 7 overs remain in the day. And it's 29 runs required for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, well on the way here, aren't they? The Tudor Rose. Calvin Harrison, of course, well, he has been the pillar, the foundation. 76 from 81, striking at 93.8. Safe Zabe, of course. We said that he would play a major role. A quick fire 23s, put the bowlers under pressure.
Other result in. Warwickshire have drawn up at Scarborough against Yorkshire and right down to the final moments of the game. So the game here at the Cinch County Ground, the last one live over the weekend for the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. It's been great to have all of your company throughout the 4 days. Wonderful to have you in if you're just joining us. Christian Clark under pressure. The over before. The plan didn't work. You could see the plan. It was so obvious. And I think that was the problem. Calvin Harrison knew exactly what was coming. And the plan hasn't really changed. Clark to Harrison. Short ball. Good take by Bracey. Will be signalled one for the over.
One thing has changed ever so slightly.
Fine leg is finer.
Exactly. Which that should have been made at the start of the previous over. But it's one of those. The fact is it's happened. At least they've identified that. He has gone from a much squarer position now to almost being in front of the photographer. Down towards the opposing side of the ground.
Nice. Harrison's got plenty of it. You could hear it the second it left the bat. It's flown down to the leg side boundary and it's gone all the way for 6. It sounds so crisp off the middle of Calvin Harrison's cricket bat at the moment. He's taking Christian Clark to the cleaners late here on Monday night. You can see how quickly Harrison's in position. He knows exactly what Christian Clark's about to bowl. There's no mystery. There's no doubt for Harrison. He knows it's going to be in at him. He knows it's going to be back of a length. And he knows if he gets enough of it, the boundary isn't big enough. 82 for Harrison. 168 for 3. 23 runs required from 40 deliveries. It is short again, and it's gone over the hip into the gloves of James Bracey. That's the, you mentioned fine leg going finer, and it's a great point, and I think an absolutely spot-on observation from you. But then where that gap is between fine leg and the fielder at long leg, who's probably 15 or so yards off the boundary rope, is an enormous gap on the leg side. It's going to be short. That's close to being a wide, but it will be the second one for the over. Bit of a thankless task, isn't it, for Christian Clark to come in and bowl this length. I've just spotted his figures, Aaron. That's unhealthy. Conceding 75 from the 8.5 overs. We are going to have to see a bit of a change here because he's got no bouncers left to use in this over. So it should be fuller. It is, and Calvin Harrison's taken him down the ground. Has he got the legs on it? It's certainly found the boundary. And it's just bounced inside the rope. 4 more for Calvin Harrison, 4 more for Northamptonshire, and 4 less that they need to be victorious against Gloucestershire. It's just 19 runs now. It's going to be full again. Does Calvin Harrison go once more? Leg side, timed nicely. Should just be 1, and is. Excellent over again for Northamptonshire. 11 runs from it, 18 required from 6 overs.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, from Calvin Harrison? Really smart cricket there as well, just to retain the strike here. Will be Graham Van Buren just having a word with his captain, Bancroft. Again, though, this in itself was a bold tactic against 2 guys who love taking the attack to spin. And even Van Buren, his first 2 overs have gone for 16.
Yeah, but it wasn't the Van Buren over, was it, that really set it going? It was the Clark one, the plan, the execution. Van Buren to Harrison, then offside. Should be 2. Going to be a comfortable 2. Just beats the dive of Hammond at short cover. What an excellent game of first-class cricket we've had over the 4 days. In hindsight, they say is wonderful, and I don't think you could, but could you have asked Will Williams to come back? Could you have given him a quick turnaround? It's not over yet. Let's not get carried away. But the finish line is very much in sight for Northamptonshire. 15 required. Make that 14. As Zabe casually strokes that down the ground for 1. 24 off 22 for Safe Zabe. Calvin Harrison, 90 not out of 89 deliveries. What a masterful innings this has been from the Northamptonshire number 3. You and I blinked. Others would have blinked about the struggle, about the dot balls that he was absorbing earlier on in the innings. End of the over. 5 overs to go. 14 runs to win for Northamptonshire.
Well, it would be rather fitting, wouldn't it, for Calvin Harrison to register a century. It would be his 3rd one of the season, by far and away the most stylish and elegant. As we will see a change of bowling, it'll be a bit of a leg spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be Jack Taylor replacing Christian Clark. Experiments down the leg side, well, not only didn't work, but you can argue backfired for Gloucestershire. Completely changed the outlook of this game. So, safe Zabe, of course, providing that Taylor goes for the standard leg break here. Will be hitting towards the short boundary. Imagine he might just look to hide outside the off stump unless they're going to almost bait Zabe into the shot. But I think that's a dangerous ploy if they're happy to let him swing through the line of the ball. Here is Taylor to Zabe, who straight away goes for it. Shouts of catch it. It's going to beat the fielder. 1 bounce 4. Safe Zabe continues to deal in boundaries, and Northamptonshire now just 10 runs away.
Yeah, no personal milestones on the cards here, is there, for Northamptonshire? Get the job done. Professional. Could be forgiven to have just dropped that somewhere, to have given Calvin Harrison an opportunity, but much more important things.
Well whipped away out towards deep square by Safe Zabe. Well, for Calvin Harrison here, 9 to win. So, in theory, 6 and a 4 or 2 sixes. or maybe 3-4s. But as you said, Dan, the priority is getting the win. Can't quite beat the fielder at backward point. We stressed the importance of a positive result here to just give Northamptonshire a bit of momentum. So that'll be another dot ball. A huge game next week in what ought to be a top-of-the-table clash between Durham and Northants at the Riverside. Just a single out towards deep cover point there for Calvin Harrison. And every run, as they trickle down, will be applauded healthily by the supporters and members at the Cinch County ground. Taylor to Zabe again. Zabe looks to smoke that one. Might be 2 here. Indeed, it will be 2. Just 6 left to seal what would be a 3rd victory of the campaign for Northamptonshire. End of the over. 32 have been bowled in the run chase. 4 remain. And Northamptonshire require just 6 runs for the win.
Yeah, what a glorious, glorious end to this Monday. Started off wet. We lost 75 minutes of cricket this morning, didn't we, because of that rain delay. The rain that we had before 11 o'clock. The covers were on, the ground sheets were all over. The new ball didn't do the damage.
Well, Harrison there chasing a wide one. Really alert play there from Safe Sabe. Scarpers through for the bye.
We had that battling innings from James Bracey and the partnerships with all of them in that lower middle order, the tail end for Gloucestershire, just to make this as difficult as possible for the Northamptonshire team. 191 it was, the target. And they've measured this run chase incredibly well this evening.
Well, here is Van Buren to Harrison. Oh, and that one just sneaks underneath. Another one down. 3 to win. As Zabe dances down the track. Doesn't get anywhere near the level of connection he was hoping for. Trying to finish off the game in style. Plenty of space out towards the covers as well as straight back down the ground. So here is Van Buren again. Zabe looks to sweep that one fine and stop well by James Bracey. Final ball of the over. And Zabe looks to paddle that one fine. Shy at the... Well, I thought originally the striker's end, Daz Ahmed.
I think that might have been the initial plan. Ended up somewhere in the middle, didn't it? Quick single taken, though.
Well, one thing that I would say, Dan, at the start of the day's play, I don't think anybody envisions this game finishing at nearly 6:30. So even though at times there have been some questionable plans here from Gloucestershire, they deserve the utmost credit for taking this game deep. They've taken it all the way to the closing minutes of the contest. As Taylor bowls here to Safe Zabe. Zabe goes for the fine paddle sweep again. Just a single to backward square. The 100-run partnership comes up between Safe Zabe and Calvin Harrison. And it has been one which has defined this run chase for Northamptonshire. 1 run to win. Taylor bowls here to Harrison. And it won't be the winning runs on that delivery. It would be very fitting, though, for Northamptonshire's number 3. The pillar of the run chase to win the game. Taylor again to Harrison. Oh, they try to think about the quick single. At this stage, merely a formality. What has Harrison got in the locker? Taylor it is to the number 3. Straight back to the bowler for no run. He's making us wait.
Certainly is.
Extra drama.
It's almost felt this is the most nervous Calvin Harrison's been in the entire innings of 99 deliveries, I think.
Here he goes again. That one drilled. It's misfielded by Daz Ahmed. And Northamptonshire have secured the victory at the Cinch County ground by 7 wickets. Calvin Harrison, the man of the moment, an unbeaten 92 of an incredibly high pedigree. Safe save as well, an unbeaten 34. And that is a 3rd win of the County Championship campaign for Darren Lehman's side. They return to 2nd place in Division 2 and they head to that big ticket clash against Durham at the Riverside with momentum and the wind in their sails. Fair play to Gloucestershire. It takes 2 to tango and they have certainly played their parts over what has been a brilliant 4-day encounter in the East Midlands. But in the end, Calvin Harrison and Safe Sabe just too scintillating, just too sensational in the closing stages of the 4th and final day's play.
An absolutely wonderful game of first-class cricket. Fittingly, Calvin Harrison hits the winning runs to walk off not out. He'll be embraced by his teammates, as will Safe Zabe, who's played a very, very important role there. 34 off 31, but Calvin Harrison will write the headlines tonight. That was exceptionally talented from Calvin Harrison. Didn't have the best game with the ball, but he's made amends for it and some. He has got his team over the line. He's dragged Northamptonshire over the line. A huge effort in this final session to go and chase down 191 and gets a massive round of applause. Those of you that have got themselves in the ground today, you have been treated and you've witnessed one of the best finishes to a game of cricket you could ever wish to see.
Amazing, astonishing. That really has been a perfectly measured run chase. There were questions, weren't there, with the start, going at it a little bit too slowly, but Calvin Harrison, he had a plan, he stuck to it, and he has executed it brilliantly. Fair play to Northamptonshire for that. I mean, Gloucestershire, naturally, they will be disappointed. They'll be gutted as to how that's finished. However, I still maintain that previous point. They did not look anywhere near it. Taking this game even beyond the afternoon session, they've taken it to the final 5 minutes of the day's play, the closing stages of the game. Yes, it's disappointing. They need to keep their heads held high, and they have got a chance in the next game against Worcestershire at New Road to bounce back and get more points on the board. But speaking of points, for Northamptonshire, 23 in the bag, 16 for the win, 4 with the bat, 3 with the ball. Well, it doesn't really get much better than that.
Superb work from Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Sat 2nd in the table in Division 2 of the County Championship, and as you've been billing and teasing, will head to Chester Street next weekend for a top-of-the-table clash against Durham, which will be a real test and a real measure for where this Northamptonshire side are and where they may finish at the end of this county championship season. But for today, just bask in that wonderful performance. There are so many standout performances from both sides. Brilliant innings both from James Bracey. Graham Van Buren as well in that partnership. The 6 wickets from Christian Clark on that opening day. Nathan McSweeney and Safe Sabe, that partnership they put together was incredible. And Calvin Harrison, who I'm sure is leading the team song up in the dressing room. 92 not out of 100 deliveries, 7 4s and 3 6s to go and win this game and beat Gloucestershire by 7 wickets. What a game of cricket.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And I'd also just like to say, Dan, it's been a pleasure to have your company for the 4 days. It's been ever so good. It really has. Massive thank you as well to all of you who've tuned in, regardless of whether you've been tuning in from a Northamptonshire or Gloucestershire persuasion. It has been wonderful to have all those interactions over the last 4 days. And for those of a Gloucestershire perspective, we are, of course, wishing your side all the best of luck heading into the rest of the season. But Dan, I think that's a nice place to wrap up what has been an excellent game of the Rothesay County Championship right here at the Cinch County grounds. Just one final fact, one figure to round off the broadcast on. That is 8 wins on the trot across formats for Northamptonshire, leading into that game against Durham. So we won't be there to cover it live. Of course, it will be the excellent team at Durham who'll be covering that one in the next round of the championship. But until then, we wish you all a very safe and enjoyable end to your Monday, and we'll see you for the return of the T20 Blast on Friday, the 26th of June.